not muted themselves, go ahead and mute themselves. And we will begin this work session of the Public Works Committee, where we will be hearing presentations by various agencies of the state. Before we begin, as chairman of the House Public Works and Highways Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order 12 pursuant to executive order 2020-04, this body is authorized to meet electronically. These are presentations pertaining to the capital budget. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and a select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during the meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. This notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I would like to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us: Brad Greenman, committee researcher, and Christopher Shea of the Legislative Budget Assistant. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let us start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Mr. Clerk, if you would call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Graham.
I'm in the committee room with other members.
Representative McConkey. Representative McConkey.
He will be late. He's got stuck in snow.
Great. Representative Mills, I am here. My wife is somewhere in the house. Representative Samaro.
Yes, I am here in my office conference room.
Representative Fadolfi. Representative Fadolfi. Representative Newton.
Yes, I am here in my house and my wife is in the house somewhere.
Representative Blazek. Representative Blazek.
Here, sorry.
Representative Boards. Representative Boards. Representative Kaczynski.
Here, and my wife is in the house also.
Representative Kolansky.
I am here and traveling, but will be home alone shortly.
Representative Thompson.
Present in the room.
Representative Van de Castile. Representative Van de Castile. Representative Cloutier.
Yes, I'm present in the committee room with other committee members.
Representative Edgar.
Present at home. My wife's in the house someplace.
Representative Ebel. Representative Ebel. Representative Jack.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Abbott,
I'm here in the committee room.
Representative Faulkner,
I'm here at home in Swansea. My wife is in the other room.
Representative Newman,
Yes, I'm here in the room alone. My husband is in the house.
Representative Eaton, Representative Eaton, Representative Peterson,
Present, at home, alone.
Representative Query,
Present, at home, alone.
Representative Bunker,
Present, at home. My wife will be in and out of earshot.
sorry about that. Mr. Chairman, we have 17 members in attendance and have a quorum.
Thank you, and I will remind committee members that this is being recorded and you can watch it later on YouTube if you so desire, and that quorums, while not necessary for hearings or presentations or work sessions, are always helpful. With that, we will dive right into the first presentation, which is from the State Treasurer.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, for the record, Monica Mazzapelli, State Treasurer. And with me this morning is also Rachel Miller. She's our Chief Deputy Treasurer. So between the two of us, we'll try to answer any questions you may have. As you know, I was presented a few weeks ago to you, and at that time we spoke about the various tools that we use to evaluate data affordability. And so today, I know I provided a couple of slides for you, so I'm going to share my screen in a moment. So just 1 second while I locate that. Oh, it has been disabled. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Oh, yes. Okay.
There we go.
Perfect. Great. Very good. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Very good. Thank you. Again, a few weeks ago, we shared similar slides, so this is going to look familiar to you. But what we did for today's presentation is we updated the numbers. So what you're seeing today is a preview of our debt affordability study that we're currently working on, and we hope to issue the final report by the end of next week. So today, what we're going to do is just highlight a few of the key metrics that we pay attention to. And again, we spoke about this a few weeks back. So I would like to focus to your attention today to the debt to revenue ratio. As you may recall, this is the ratio that we use. This is the metric that we use the most to assess debt affordability. And it's also the metric that the rating agencies use to evaluate bond issuers when they're assessing the financial health of the state. So just these updated numbers, what, for example, in fiscal year 20, what that shows is that our debt to revenue ratio, which is the last line in the slide, is so for fiscal year 20, the debt to revenue ratio went down to 6.7% since our last estimate. I think last time we showed you that it was, we were estimating it was going to be about 6.8%. Now, in the next slide, I'm going to show you in a minute, is showing that in fiscal year 2019, the metric was 6.4%. So clearly, in fiscal year 20, the number changed for really the primary reason is the revenues. The revenues decreased compared to fiscal year 19, and that's what caused the ratio to increase to 6.7%. Our estimate was higher, it was 6.8%. So the good news here is that revenues for fiscal year 20 came in stronger than originally anticipated. So we were able to adjust that in its better number. So the next point I would like to make is if you look at fiscal year 21, the ratio is going down and is going down to a very good looking number is 6.2%. The reason for that is also that revenues are based on the estimates that we hear from Department of Revenue. It looks like the revenues are going to come in stronger again than what was originally anticipated. So what we did in our assumptions here is we only adjusted revenue by a decrease of 2%, which I believe that's what they're anticipating for revenues in fiscal year 21. So we included that in the calculation, but the main point of this change really is last December 2020, we issued bonds of we had a new issue of 47 million. Normally, we issue approximately 60 million each year, and that's the typical bonding authorization that we calculate for this study. 120 million for the biennium, 60 million for the fiscal year. So in fiscal year 20, we only needed approximately 47 million, and that's the amount that we issued. So with less debt being incurred, we borrow less, our number went down. The other reason is that we were able to refinance. We did 2 refundings. So with those refundings, we generated some savings, and again, the debt service was reduced, and with that, the calculation it shows that the ratio went down to 6.2%. So it is a very good looking number. That's the way we would like to see it. Unfortunately, things change for fiscal year 22, and the point that I want to make in 22 is in this calculation, we are considering that we're going to issue approximately 60 million in new money bonds, but we're also including the possibility of issuing additional 50 million, which relates to the PFAS remediation project. Those are bonds already authorized, and we don't know the details of how those projects are going, but there is a possibility that we will end up issuing an additional 50 million for the PFAS remediation project. So with those 2 amounts, our ratio in fiscal year 22 increases to 6.7%. And of course, debt service at that point increases. So then the following years, the ratio is looking a little bit higher. Overall, we continue to say that these are good numbers, and despite the changes in the assumptions that we're making, they continue to show that the levels are manageable. So with that, I think the question that that you want to hear from me is, we still want to recommend 120 million in bonding authorizations. That's the number that has been recommended over the last few fiscal years. So just to be consistent, we'll continue to recommend that, and we're just showing you the numbers based on those authorizations. So we know, for example, that I believe the governor's budget has 130 million. The legislature may recommend different amounts. Those are the policy decisions that you all will have to discuss and determine what's the best approach to follow. Again, we feel like our job is really to provide you with the tools and the numbers so you're able to determine, what is the best approach. So those are the numbers. I don't want to get too deep into the numbers. Happy to answer any questions. I think the next slide with what this next slide show is again, you're familiar with what we presented to you before. The 10% really is a warning level that we essentially, if we have reached that 10% in the debt to revenue ratio, we've gone too far. The rating agencies wouldn't like to see that. That will put that for a variety of reasons. We're talking about debt levels due to bonds being issued, but we also have other obligations. The state has other obligations, pension obligations, OPEB obligations, and all of that is, of course, considered as part of the overall health of the state. So our goal really is going to be to try to maintain the debt to revenue ratio, hopefully lower, and maintain it that way to be able to show that, again, to be consistent with the state's debt policy that is managing their debt levels. Again, this is one of the credit positives that the rating agencies like to see. It just shows that we have the borrowing capacity to also manage the current projects, but also to respond to potential emergencies if there is a need to issue to deal with a particular emergency or initiative that is important to legislators and policymakers. The chart that is in the middle of the page also shows, obviously, the history, how the debt to revenue ratio has performed over time. Back when we were closer to the recession, the ratio went up, and it was managed over time during the last few fiscal years. Again, fiscal year 2018, 2019, it was the lowest number we've had in a while. Again, due to the pandemic in 20, we went back up, but it was still, we still consider this, that we have manageable debt levels, and that is really how New Hampshire is recognized to maintain this conservative policy, and is really being praised. The last point on this slide is just to show you how much we still have of authorized and unissued debt, and so we have 174 million that has been authorized, but we haven't spent money on those projects. So with that, I'm going to ask Rachel if she would like to add anything, and after that, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Sure. Good morning. Can folks hear me?
Yes.
Great. The only point I would add, just to pick up on what Monica just mentioned, the 174 authorized unissued, a small portion of that may have been spent, but it's accurate to say that we have not bonded it. So when we bond, we put together a project list, and that list consists of prior spending that we're reimbursing ourselves for and future projections. So just a little detail, but that 174, some of it may be spent, as we speak, but since we only bond once a year, we scoop up all prior expenses and future projections. But no, I happy to answer any questions again with Monica, but.
Great, thank you, Rachel.
Thank you very much. Madam Treasurer, I know you have to leave right around 10 to go to fiscal committee as well. That's just for the committee. I'm sure we'll ask you back, but I do have a couple of questions, if you could answer them. Of that 174 million that is out there, does that include the $50 million for the PFOA remediation? Or is that on top of the 174?
I believe that's included. Is that correct, Rachel? Just correct me if I'm wrong.
You're absolutely right. That includes the 50.
Thank you. And I know you said you recommended 120 million. And I assume that that is what you recommended to the governor as well, and he came in over that. What does your debt affordability percentage numbers look like at the 130 level versus the 120 for the foreseeable future, as you laid out in one of these slides?
Yes, thank you for the question. It really doesn't change the ratio. It really remains the same. And again, just to be consistent with what we have, the Treasury has recommended, we like to utilize the 120 million and show you the numbers to really show you what that does. But we changed the number to 130 million. It really doesn't change the ratio. Again, I think for formality purposes, we'll continue to recommend that 120 million, but a change of 5 million up or down, it really doesn't change the number.
Okay, and I'm sure at some point, members of the committee will ask, what if it goes more than, 5 or 6, or it goes to the 135 million level or something like that. But I'm not going to ask you to speculate at this point. We can handle that when the questions come up.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think when you start seeing real changes are when you start adding 50 million at a time. And again, I think as you saw, and when we added the 50 million of the PFAS remediation project, that's when we start seeing changes of 0.5%. And so those again, additional 5 to 10 million is really not going to change the calculation. Is really when you go above that is when it becomes a little significant, and that's our debt levels will increase at that point.
Thank you, because I remember when I asked 2 years ago that very same question about, well, what if it goes to 6 point whatever percent, and the number was huge that you had to do to do that. So I just wanted to get that out there. Any other members of the committee? Representative Jack.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Treasurer. The amount of lapse extension in this budget, is substantially more than what it normally is, which means that we're not retiring as much bonded indebtedness as we normally would. I would assume you've taken that into account as well.
I'm very sorry. I couldn't hear the question.
The amount of lapse extension in this budget is substantially more than what it has been in past budgets. And that means that not as much bonded indebtedness is getting retired as would normally be retired. I would assume you've taken that into account in your recommendation.
Yes, all of that is taken into account. We are in the debt affordability study. We include, we assume the new debt that we are being issued each year. We also remove the retired debt, and we also, the final study is going to show you additional sensitivities that we prepare. We include state guaranteed, that the state is guarantees for the Business Finance Authority for peace. So you will see, all of the sensitivities that we include in that study. So it's a more robust, comprehensive study. So the basic case base that we call, we do include, those are the basic, components of the calculation, adding the new debt, retiring and paying off the debt, and how we are able to, again, the state's policy is that we try to pay 60% of the debt in the first 10 years and the other 40% in the other 10 years. So it is a conservative and beneficial way to pay off debt. And again, all of that is included in the calculation.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes, thank you for taking the question. Looking at the ratio of debt service to revenue, could you explain what revenue goes into the denominator and how sensitive changes in tax revenue might be to that number?
Thank you. Great question. It is unrestricted revenue, what we use. So any changes in revenue or decreases in revenue will impact the ratio.
Any other members of the committee, either in the room or attending remotely? If you're attending remotely, if you would hit the raise hand button, it really helps us rather than you sitting there waving your hand, especially if your video is not on. Seeing none. Madam Treasurer and Ms. Miller, appreciate your coming. I imagine that we will be asking you to come back later once we get a better feel for where the committee is going on this capital budget. And so I appreciate you taking the time this morning to talk to us, and I'm sure we'll be talking again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is a pleasure. Have a great day, everyone.
All fun and fiscal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Time being, according to my watch, 9:59. We have 10 o'clock with the governor's budget director. But since these are simply presentations, I think we're going to go straight into the presentation from the budget's director. And Matt, if you could talk about the priorities that was used by the governor and his office in establishing who got what in the capital budget. If you could start there, it would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It is great to be with you all this morning, albeit virtually. And I look forward to your questions on the governor's capital budget as introduced. And also thank you to State Treasurer Mazzapelli for her presentation this morning as well. You did note, Mr. Chairman, the governor's budget as introduced does exceed the recommendation of 120 million, but we do not expect any more than nominal impacts based on the debt affordability analysis the Treasury has conducted, and we do feel comfortable at the level that we've put forward. As you can see from the materials that the LBA has provided the committee, the governor does recommend $107 million in new general fund capital appropriations. This combined with the appropriations that were delineated in HB 25 from 2019 for the 22-23 biennium, bring that total to $125 million in general fund appropriations. One thing I do want to note is this budget includes $40 million in IT projects, which is somewhat higher than we've seen in the past. And I think this underscores the state's commitment to making sure that the state and state employees have the resources, especially in light of COVID and our aging IT infrastructure systems, to make sure that we can continue operations, even in light of a pandemic. And these issues are things that have come to light in the past year and projects that were prioritized to address that need. Additionally, as I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, you know, and for the benefit of other members on the committee, there is one erroneous appropriation in HB 25 in the materials that you have relative to the Hudson CTE Center, as this committee has put forward legislation last session outside of HB 25 that did fund that $2.5 million appropriation for that project that was originally scheduled for FY 22-23. What I will say about the process is that these projects have been scored both by Administrative Services and the Department of IT where appropriate. And through our consultative process, identifying the greatest needs for the state, whether it be to ensure that our systems are secure or ultimately providing those most essential services. We did put forward a pre-selected list of projects, which is what you see in the 2021 Capital Improvement Plan booklet that I'm sure you have all received. And then from there, working with each agency, having detailed conversations about those projects, where the areas of greatest need were, and funding as many projects as we could at a level that we felt comfortable putting forward. Of course, this budget can't fund every request, but we have prioritized those projects that either have the greatest return on investment, address critical needs, have the longest useful life, and that's what you see before you. One consideration that I do want to point out for the committee are ongoing conversations in Washington, D.C. regarding potential money for state and local governments. Ultimately, those conversations have not factored into HB 25 as presented, given the timing, that we don't have certainty that A, bill would pass, or B, what the contours of that bill would look like. But that is something that this committee will have to address if and when a potential legislative package does move forward in Washington, D.C., and if there's money that is flexible for one-time infrastructure projects here in the state of New Hampshire. Given that timing, there is one appropriation in House Bill 2 that would prioritize those federal dollars, and that is for the forensic hospital that was originally partially funded in House Bill 4 from 2019, and we have carried that forward into House Bill 2 as introduced this year as well. One other note that I do want to make that currently exists in House Bill 2, but may be more appropriate to shift to House Bill 25, is a lapse of capital appropriations relative to projects at the Department of Safety. And what the department has brought forward, and I'm sure they will have additional conversations with the committee as well, is to reappropriate those lapsed dollars to complete the state police hangar project jointly with the Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services. So just wanted to make sure that the committee is aware of that in HB2, which I know is not formally introduced from OLS at this point in time. Just to comment on some of the questions that.
Just one question on House Bill 2 on the psychiatric hospital. In House Bill 2, as the governor has sent it to the legislature, and we'll see it eventually, is that bonded money? And if so, how much is that bonding for?
So that question, and I think the language will make this clear once it's released, essentially would prioritize federal dollars. If those federal dollars become available, it would be the intent to pay for that project in cash, the way we had made original appropriations 2 years ago. But it does include a provision that should federal funds not be available, or that the department cannot identify other options to fund that appropriation, it would default back to a bonded capital appropriation. But there are several conditions that would come into play before we get to that point, Mr. Chairman. Oh, and the total amount, I apologize if I didn't mention that, is $17.25 million.
Were you finished with your presentation, or I you at that point, but.
No worries, Mr. Chairman. The only other thing I would mention, the lapses, and one of the representatives had a very astute question. Given COVID, we have seen some capital projects get shifted or continue to see extensions. That is an important consideration for the committee, and it's great to hear that those questions are already being raised for the treasurer. And similarly, we do see an opportunity, given the low cost of debt where we are today, to make strategic investments while staying within those thresholds that have been identified by the rating agencies. And even though we do exceed that $120 million number, we feel that the market conditions are favorable to make those types of investments today, while also knowing that there may be one-time federal money on the horizon. But again, that's a question that the governor's phase really couldn't address because of the ongoing uncertainty there. But with that, I'm happy to take any questions from the committee.
I have one, and it deals with the community colleges as well as the university system. When I look at the numbers that are being proposed for both of those systems, it looks like all you have done is propose giving them the money that was promised in the last biennium in House Bill 25 of 2019. Is there any reason that you cut it off at just, well, we'll give you what we promised before and leave it at that, rather than looking at current needs as well?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. And it's great to be talking about the university system and the community college system, because obviously our commitment to those systems as they exist today and as the governor has proposed in his budget to unify the boards in year 1 of this biennium and then combine their funding in year 2. That is certainly something that did factor into our conversations. Not to say that there aren't emergent or new needs that have arisen past the appropriations that were made in fiscal year 2019. But given the size and the magnitude of what we're proposing to do with the boards, we wanted to make sure that those decisions could be made by that unified system as they weigh their priorities in a unified manner, as opposed to each independent board or system bringing forward those recommendations. So that is certainly something that came into our conversation. There may be opportunities for the committee to fund some of those projects that were presented in this cycle, and some of them do have merit, but it is important to consider that when we talk about unifying the boards and merging the systems, some of those factors do need to come into play.
And this is a hypothetical. If that unification does not happen, then both of the systems have lost 2 years of capital improvements by, we hope this happens. Is that not true?
I would say that, there are considerations to be had there, Mr. Chairman. I think we're confident that those conversations will progress. And we really do approach this as an inevitability, that these are challenges that systems across the country are facing. And rather than wait for that crisis to manifest itself, we want to do this in a strategic manner. And given that, if it were not to happen, it is true that 2 years would have gone by, but weighing the pros and cons of that approach versus the opportunity that really does exist coming out of this opportunity to unify the systems, we see that as a stronger benefit that will put that new combined New Hampshire college and university system on the best footing going forward.
Questions from other members of the committee? I see no hands raised either. I do have one other. I thought somebody would ask it. Looking through here, how much of the goal was also to maximize federal matching funds for all of these as you presented there, in DES, the military and veterans, the veterans home, all of those have federal dollars that can be matched or are totally federal. how much of that entered into your factor of what projects got approved or not approved at the governor's level?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's a great question to consider, and certainly something that did come into our scoring, the opportunity to leverage outside dollars to build projects. I think that, as you mentioned, those agencies, also places like HHS. I will say there are projects that were proposed that would have leveraged federal dollars that did not make it in to the governor's version of the capital budget as introduced. One notable project would be the Cannon Mountain Tramway, which would leverage federal land and water conservation fund monies. So that is not included. It would be an opportunity to further leverage those funds, but certainly a factor that we did consider, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Mayor, you're really getting off light today. But I'm sure that you will be back at some point as we begin our deliberations on what to include or not include in the governor's proposal or changes there too. The final question that I have, because I've heard from a couple of agencies already about, we want to make changes to the governor's proposal. How closely did you, as the budget director, work with agency heads or their staff to make sure that they understood what was going into the capital budget before it was sent over to the legislature?
So we did have conversations with agencies, especially projects that the governor had further questions on beyond the detail that was provided in the blue booklet from DAS. I will say we didn't have a conversation with every single agency, especially if their projects were either well explained initially, but we do understand that changes do happen and some of those priorities have shifted. And I'm sure you'll hear from some of those agencies today. So we have heard from those agencies as well. We certainly want to support their requests as presented, and where appropriate, consider and work with them on what their revisions might be. And to your point, Mr. Chairman, I'm more than happy to come back anytime the committee does have questions. But I do appreciate a light first day, so thank you all for that. There is still time to change that, I will say.
Seeing no hands raised, either in the room or those attending remotely. I thank you, Matt, and I'm sure that we will be talking, especially as we start making changes, and you want to know what we're doing as well as the governor, I'm sure. And there will be questions, I know, about thinking, and most of those should be answered by the agencies, but we shall see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, for the members of the committee, I have 10:14. Our next presentation is not until 10:30, and it is Department of Information Technology. And as you just heard from the budget director, there's $40 million of IT work in this budget, which is why he is the first one up for the agencies, because it cuts across a lot of the agencies. But the House does work on schedules, and we have a 15-minute break before the Commissioner of OIT comes on. So with that, we'll take a brief break. Remember, people, that the mic is always live.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thought there were more questions.
Absolutely.
Why is this?
Usually the conversation we're trying to.
There he is. He's there, Marty. Give it a couple minutes so everybody gets back. It's a work session. Loosely.
I already made a note when I sat down. So.
What did I have?
Yeah.
Gotta go talk to.
No, not at all. Chairman's priority.
I don't know. Well, I didn't see anything in the early bills that would be coming. That is how. I don't know. The time, 10:30, if everybody could mute themselves if you're not speaking. And we will begin with the Department of Information Technology. I see that the commissioner is on. So welcome to Public Works and Highways, Commissioner.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dennis Goulet. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Information Technology. I'm hoping that the presentation materials that we sent out are in your hands.
I believe most of everybody got them. If not, they can find them at the LBA's webpage.
So I'll jump right in. Starting on the second page, we have 3 items that we're requesting for this period. The first one is cybersecurity. And the second one is for cloud services, and the third one is for continuity of operations and disaster recovery planning. I have a page, a summary page for each one. So I will move now to page 3 and our first priority, which is a cybersecurity program enhancement. If you look back to previous capital budget requests, we've been requesting capital for cybersecurity each biennium. I think this may be the 4th biennium in a row. And sadly, I don't expect that to change. The bad guys keep getting better at things and we keep having to adapt. So we have some new initiatives that we're looking at this year, looking forward, I should say, to the next couple fiscal years. One is, the first item is to, we've enhanced some of our tooling with the last budget request in the last biennium, and that allows us to get deeper into what's happening with our applications from a cybersecurity perspective. And so what we're doing there is number one really is going deeper into the number of systems that we're able to monitor and analyze, keep track of how data is being used and whether it's being used correctly or misused. So it's kind of a high level view of that. I could probably spend an entire hour just on that one bullet in terms of the types of things we would be doing. But I'll just give you a small example there. We're actually right now for vaccine management, we are looking at log file data that's created by the systems and analyzing that data to look for bad things happening. We know that we've heard from our federal partners that there's credible threats that the folks who do ransomware would try to monetize by taking down vaccination systems. So we'll be extra careful on that particular thing, and we'd like to expand that in the next biennium to many more important systems in the state. Second item is really improving the way we validate and identify users across the state systems, so that we do it in a much more secure way, in a much more consistent way across systems. And then finally, during the early days of the pandemic, we did implement new edge computing equipment to deal with the fact that we had lots more people working remotely. We had to upgrade all of our equipment unexpectedly. And we did put in a new intrusion protection system, or prevention system, IPS, and we implemented it basically as we had our old system. But the new system has much more capabilities than the old one, and we want to invest in making sure we're using those capabilities to the greatest extent possible. So that's item number one. I will now, I think it might be easy to stop for questions on each item, if that works for the committee. So I will ask the committee now if there's any questions on item one.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do have a comment, question from Christopher Shea of the LBA.
Thank you, Representative Graham. I was only going to offer to share the presentation on the screen if that's easier for members and for the commissioner, or they could share their document if they would like it to do it directly. Just wanted to put that out there if that would be helpful.
I'm having heads shaking yes here in the committee. So if you could do that, it would probably be helpful.
All right, hold on one moment. And that's okay with you, Commissioner Goulet, or did you want to have either you or Ken do it?
No, having you share it, that would be great, Chris. Thank you very much.
Okay. So everybody should see priority number 2. I think that's where we're headed. Do you want me to go back to priority number 1?
Well, let's see if there's any questions on priority number 1.
Okay.
All right, hearing none, I guess we can go to priority number 2.
I had a question.
Oh,
excuse me,
Representative
Mr.
Newman.
Chairman? Yes. Yes. Commissioner Goulet, does your under item number 1, does your department have anything to do with developing the state's vaccine registry?
We're involved in that with the Department of Health and Human Services and Public Health. Yes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your answer?
We are involved. Are you talking about the scheduling system or the immunization management system, or both?
I guess, I don't know, I've been asked that question several times by people. That's why I'm bringing it up. I believe it has to do with the authorization that came last year to get it developed. And the specific question to me was, who's doing it and when is it supposed to be finished?
Oh, okay. I think I know what you're talking about now. That would be the, I believe that's the immunization, what they call the Immunization Information System, or IIS. And that is actually being implemented as we speak by Public Health. And that was funded in, I believe, I saw the contract go to Governor and Council, I think about a year ago.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions on item priority number 1? Representative Abbott, she's in the room.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question on, it says in this information that the life expectancy in this project is 10 years. Is that realistic, or is it in fact it should be a shorter time period?
Is that a question relating to how we would bond the debt for capital, or?
No, it just says the life expectancy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, typically when we put up a new system, We would expect to run it for about a decade because it's a pretty big investment and you need to leverage it over a period of many years. So I think that is realistic for the most part, yes. I mean, the cybersecurity measures that we put in place, a decade ago, most of them are still operating today. It's a layered, we don't, unfortunately, cybersecurity is, we keep adding layers and we never remove them because we always have to, it keeps getting more and more difficult to secure our data and protect ourselves. So we just keep layering on more protections over time. So yeah, I think it's realistic.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes, thank you. I think my question is similar to Representative Abbott's. Perhaps it would be help us understand how much of this investment is going to purchasing equipment or outside services, and how much of it is to fund, full-time, state employees, staff.
Okay, thank you for the question. None of it is to fund employees. It's all for, we have a relatively small cyber group, and we do sometimes, for example, last time in the last biennium, we funded a comprehensive cyber risk assessment, which we did with outside services, which was completed recently, actually. And so zero for state employees.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no further questions, if we could move on to the next item.
Okay. So this item is during the pandemic, we accelerated our implementation and use of technology to run the business of the state, and it's really been helpful. Using CARES Act money, we implemented the Microsoft cloud-based collaboration suite at the E3 level, which I believe is what both the legislature and the courts are using as well. And we did it very quickly, mostly to get teams up and running so that the state employees could collaborate, and it's really helped a lot. But we have much more work to do there to fully realize that investment. The licensing for that is in the 22-23 operating budget, and it's about, depending on how you measure, it's about $3.8 million a year operating expense. This would be for products and services to enhance what we've already implemented and make sure that we get the full leverage out of that operating expense investment. The other, what we're seeing now is a great demand inside state agencies to leverage, now that they've had a taste of this technology and they found the improvements in effectiveness that it's given them. There's a great thirst to continue and fully leverage the tools so that we can benefit the state even more, particularly at this time when we are resource constrained from the standpoint of staffing. So, and again, none of this would be for state employees. This would all be for products and services associated with cloud services and digital government services. And when I say digital government, that's projecting capabilities out to citizens to provide the services that we might have typically provided in person. Any questions on item 2?
Seeing none. Moving on.
So now we'll go to priority 3. So in the previous biennium, there was funding for beginning to work on improving our disaster recovery and continuity of operations plans. I've actually been requesting that for a number of bienniums, and I believe last biennium was the first time we got some funded. The state of New Hampshire does not have a very good core disaster recovery plan for IT systems. So in the previous biennium, we funded a analysis, and I think at this point now we're about to or already have awarded a contract to have a company come in and study and analyze our current disaster recovery capabilities and make recommendations for what we should be doing in the future. This, as we had planned, is the follow-on to that, which would then begin to act on the findings of the outside study, or the outside analysis of our disaster recovery capability. And what I mean by that really is that our ability to, should we have a physical disaster or some other thing that causes our data center to be damaged, we want to be able to bring up critical state services as quickly as possible. Today, we have a very small, relatively small disaster recovery capability for our core state services, but it's in Concord, which is absolutely not best practice because, you know, say we get a big ice storm that takes out all of Concord, that would take out our main capabilities, as well as our backup capabilities. So, yeah, I just got an update from my deputy Ken, who says that our contract is going to GNC soon on that phase one. So this is a follow-on to that. And I think it's really important for the state, particularly now as we're seeing all the more and more weather events that are more and more severe. You know, I get nervous that we don't have this capability in place. Any questions from the committee on this one?
Seeing none and no hands raised from those who are participating remotely. Thank you.
Okay. So the next thing I'd like to cover is, you know, I just shared 3 of our capital requests with the committee, but you'll see lots of other technology capital requests coming before you. And, you know, I wanted to share the process we go through, and many times I've been asked, you know, do you collaborate with the agencies as they develop their capital budget requests? And the answer is definitely yes. And this is the process that we follow. So you can see the kind of the 3 main steps that we look for. Step 1 is really the initial list, developing the first round of testimony in the governor's phase, and then we do vetting of all of the projects. You know, is it duplicative? Is there or is there, maybe there's already a capability that the agency didn't know about? Fundamental life cycle considerations. Is it time? Has the previous system been fully leveraged? Or maybe in our case, is it past time? Like we often see that it's past time. For example, the Department of Revenue is implementing a new revenue information system, replacing a 30-plus-year-old system. So that clearly was past time from a life cycle perspective. Is it in alignment? In other words, we work on, during the budget planning, we work with every agency on their strategic technology plans. It's called AITP, or Agency Information Technology Plan. And, you know, so we have an expectation that their plan, their strategic plan, and their investments would align with each other. And if they don't, something's really wrong there. So we look at that. And then we go down to even more granular criteria. And and you can see that at the bottom of the page, step 3 criteria. So, you know, how important is it? You know, is it to the state overall, and is it an enterprise or agency impact? So you know, obviously something that has a broader impact than just the agency might be more heavily weighted than something that's simply just for an agency. Is it in alignment with key things that we think are important? Modernization of government, reducing complexity for, for citizens to access their services, and then transparency. We like to, transparency is part of our information technology plan, so we certainly like to make sure that we are at least in keeping that as transparent as is now, or more transparent from a service and a financial perspective. Then there's the feasibility and risk stuff, organizational readiness. So if an organization, for example, is asking for funds, but they aren't properly staffed to implement that, that might signal that they're really not ready, and there needs to be more focus on getting the staff ready to implement. And so investing in something like that might not be appropriate. And legal and or political considerations, and that there are things that there are a lot of, because we're in government, there are a lot of considerations that go into a system that go beyond just the pure technical or business process stuff that you normally see in the private sector. So we look at that as well. And of course, we look at security. And that's from a couple of perspectives. One is, the keeping the data protected, but also compliance with the many standards that we have to live within, most of which are promulgated by the federal government, but some are not, like PCI, for example, payment card industry standards. We must be in compliance with those, and so we look to make sure that the project would be able to at least remain compliant or improve our compliance posture. And then finally, we look at financial considerations, including cost reduction, revenue generation, and of course some agencies don't generate revenue, but many do. And then leveraging alternate funding sources. For example, you'll see a lot of health and human services projects that are on the list, and while they tend to be pretty large and costly projects, they also have a lot of federal funding leverage. So that tends to make them appealing, both from the standpoint of leveraging alternate funding, as well as a lot of those projects tend to be focused directly on citizen service. So those are the criteria we look at when we're considering the projects, and we share our views with the governor, and that's how he uses, for the most part, he'll use what we're thinking about with respect to those to make his recommendations when he passes his proposed capital budget. And if we go to the next page, page 7, you will see the list of projects that that the governor had approved from the requests that were made by the agencies. And one call out, the priority column, that's the agency priority. So, in the almost 6 years that I've been in New Hampshire and state government, I've seen that what I call technology density increasing. That is, more and more technology being used for more and more things. And the other thing I'm seeing is that the prioritization of these projects on average, has been increasing inside the agency. So when you look at how many agency priority 1s there are in there, it's pretty striking, or even 2s and 3s. So there's quite a lot of high priority for the agency projects, and the rest is just. Now I will call out that there's a DNCR communication system replacement project in there. Oh yeah, the number is right there. That could get increased. I thought maybe we had the old number. The original ask for that project was more like in the 400,000 range. Now it's up to 700,000. That one, since I mentioned it, I'll use that as an example of how the analysis we put projects through at work, because as we were looking at in the previous biennium, as we were looking at DNCR's need to upgrade their radio systems, we also knew that Department of Safety was upgrading their radio systems. So rather than doing it twice separately, we connected the NCR and the Department of Safety so that the NCR is now going to use the core system that Department of Safety implemented and is implementing to save the state money. And also, since safety has a lot of expertise with these kind of systems, that they're actually able to help DNCR with their staff, reducing the implementation costs for DNCR's new radio system. So that's a nice concrete example of how the analysis and the collaboration with and between agencies that we foster during the process actually help save the state money. That concludes my formal testimony. I'm happy to answer any and all questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have one, and it's more of a request. You're obviously the first of many agencies that's going to come before us over the next month or so. And based on past practices, some of them will come in with additional projects that they want to be funded. If it has to do with IT, would you be willing to take a look at them and do a quick vetting of them to make sure that they fit into what you just explained to us is your process for recommendations?
We absolutely would.
Thank you. Representative Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think you took the my question right out of my mouth. That was basically my entire concern here. You know, the past years we've gotten so many IT requests from different departments, and our major concern has always been, have they been vetted by the IT department, and do you guys actually know what's going on? And it appears that with this system, I think our minds are a little bit more set at ease, so that we can be assured that all the budget requests have been vetted by you guys.
That is true. We spend a lot of time on this, and honestly, my process is to try to improve it every biennium as well. So we always reflect on when we're going into a budget season, both from a capital and an operating budget perspective. We like to reflect on what we did last time and try to up our game each biennium in terms of how, the level of information and level of discipline we try to apply, financial discipline and business discipline. So that's something I care a lot about, particularly in the, because of the public nature and the fact that we're taking monies that we collect from citizens and spending them. I think it's really important that we be really smart and transparent about that. There is one more thing, and when the questions are complete, there is one more thing I wanted to mention to the committee before we close. So let's let the questions continue. I'll cover one more thing if I may.
I do have one other member who would like to ask a question. Representative Bunker.
Thank you, Commissioner Goulet, for your testimony. I'm new to the committee, so I just wanted to ask quickly, this final chart that summarizes all the different departments' requests, how does it compare to the last couple of years? Is it pretty much in line with, or does it bump up or down? And if so, briefly, why?
Well, that's a great question. So the quantity of requests that I've seen over the biennia that I have been in state government are about the same each year from a technology perspective. What varies greatly this year is the amount that the governor decided to fund from technology versus other. This is, I think it's almost double what was funded by the governor or requested to be funded by the governor in the previous biennium. And so I think it's a recognition of the importance of technology in our citizen service mission. Certainly we've seen in COVID that, a lot of the things we've been able to get done would not have been done had we not had the right technology in place.
I see no other hands raised. Commissioner, you said you had the final comment?
Yes, so there was language added in 2021 to HB 25. We actually didn't request the language, but it turned out to be very helpful to us in COVID from a flexibility perspective. And I'll read it to you, and I can send it along as well if you wish. The Commissioner of the Department of Information Technology is authorized to reallocate funds among the projects in subparagraphs, blah, 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 as it was in House Bill 25, as necessary to complete the project. So we didn't ask for that language, but it turned out to be very helpful during COVID in the sense that we could, we could be very responsive on the digital government side, helping out in various places to, particularly in the digital government space. But so I would ask, I can forward that language along to Chris, and I would ask the committee to consider adding similar language in this case, if you would.
Well, Commissioner, we don't have a copy of House Bill 25 at this point. It's still being drafted, but if you could send that along to me, I'll make sure that the committee sees it and we give it due consideration. And it may be included in what the governor has proposed. I just none of us have seen the final language of what the governor.
It ended up in the previous biennium's House Bill 25 in 2021, and it was a pleasant surprise for us when we saw it there, and I'm not sure how it got in there, but I wanted to just mention it and the fact that having it was very helpful to the state.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Commissioner, thank you. And as I mentioned earlier, if somebody comes in with something new, we will be in contact.
We'll be ready to respond immediately. Thank you much.
The time being 11. We will hear from the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. I believe the Adjutant General is there. Welcome, General Michaelides.
Hey, thanks, sir. Thanks for having me. For the record, Major General David Michaelides, the Adjutant General for the New Hampshire National Guard in the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. Which list are you going off of, sir? Just so I make sure when I run down the list, I'm in sync with you.
I'm going by what the governor proposed.
All right. So I will go down the list of what the governor proposed, and then if it's okay with you, I'll go through some of the items that were not funded that we would like consideration of.
But let's go through in that order. I'm not sure if you heard, but we've heard from the treasurer already. Additional funding for any agency is going to be very tight. And so you're at the start, but you may not get much more if anything more.
Yep. Sir, understood. So first, if there's a new representative out there, just to give you context for us, our department, when you look at the funding, general funds versus federal funds, generally speaking, and I'm being very simplistic, we have two types of buildings. Our armories, which you see 17, 18 of them throughout the state, which typically have a 50-50 federal state cost share. Then you'll see our aviation facility in Concord. You'll see some of our maintenance facilities in Hooksett, Rochester, Concord, Hillsborough. Those are 100% federally reimbursed. So you look at the cost share for some of our specific projects, if there's a state cost share, it typically affects our armories for us to sustain them. If it's 100% federal, it's just, competing against federal dollars, trying to get the money into the state and just been fixing or refurbishing some of those federally reimbursed facilities. So you got on the laundry list of the 6 items that were approved in the governor's capital budget. Item 1 is called Anti-Terrorism Force Protection, Merrimack County. And sir, that's the first one on your list, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So that had a 75-25 federal state cost share. That was for our Pembroke facility, where we have both a 100% federally reimbursed facility and an armory. We acquired 5 acres of land contiguous to our existing parcel in order to do force protection measures like fencing, curbs, some parking. That was a 75-25 federal state cost share, of which we can do some of those force protection enhancement improvements based upon this new parcel of land that we purchased. Item 2, energy resiliency and efficiency improvement statewide, 100% federal, 3.5 million. In simple parlance, it's fixing boilers, doing energy efficiency measures, being aspirational, and maybe doing a microgrid, trying to improve the energy efficiency of our 100% federally reimbursed facilities. Item 3, Grafton County Field Maintenance Shop. It's just a big maintenance garage, 100% federal. So we compete in the President's Future Years Defense Plan, is FYDP, for large military construction projects. In federal fiscal year 23, we will be building a new $13.7 million field maintenance shop up in Littleton. Item 4, minor military construction, Coos County. This is aspirational. This is how we can try to compete for additional federal resources and trying to bring them into the state of New Hampshire. So we will compete in the future years for a minor military construction project through the presidential budget process to try to get additional funds to build in addition to one of our armories or our maintenance facility up in the North Country. Item 5, minor military construction, Stratford County, trying to replace some of our barracks facilities, our dormitories. Again, aspirational, competing for federal dollars to try to replace outdated, antiquated facilities that are 100% federally reimbursed. Item 6, warehouse facility upgrades, Merrimack County, trying to move our federal warehouse from Rochester to Franklin and enhancing and renovating an existing building, and then changing that facility in Rochester to another armory. Simply put, those are the 6 projects that were approved. I would like to address one change that I addressed in a memo to the committee, and that's changing item 1, anti-terrorism force protection, Merrimack County. We would like to move those funds, the $415,000 of general funds, to another priority project. The reason why is because subsequent to us submitting this budget submission, National Guard Bureau approved of an exception to policy to allow us to utilize 100% federal funds on this specific project. So those $415,000 of general funds, we would like to move to a general readiness center project statewide that allows us to replace roofs and boilers at our armories statewide. So those are the 6 items that the governor's capital project were approved. That is the reason why we want to move those general funds. What I now like to address is what we didn't get. And I understand, trust me, with 800 soldiers and airmen activated throughout the state in COVID, another 200 to 300 soldiers and airmen deployed, we understand the fiscal environment the state's in. Where our organization assumes risk is the fact that none of these projects provide us any general funds for our 17 armories throughout the state of New Hampshire for the next 2 years. When our oldest armory is 1880, our Manchester Armory is 1932, and the rest of our facilities are Cold War era facilities built in the 50s and 60s. $0 to 17 armories that total 400,000 square feet of office space. There's a significant amount of risk there. We do not have any funds in the current budget to replace any roof leak or any boiler failure. Those same armories are being used for PPE or warehousing and distribution. We use them for COVID testing. We're using them now for vaccination support. That's our challenge, and that's why I'd like to discuss two projects that are not in the governor's budget that we are sort of asking for your support for. Sir, would you like me to continue then with those two items?
Go ahead.
So there was two items, that were not funded that had a cost share, right? A 50-50 cost share. One of them was titled Readiness Center Renovation Statewide, 1.2 million, 600,000 general funds, 600,000 federal funds, 50-50 state cost share. That 415K, we would like to be moved into that account, that it will allow us as a minimum to at least replace one roof and one boiler during the next 2 years. The other item that was not addressed in my memo to you would be to ask the committee's, I guess, leniency or support on getting what's called energy resiliency and energy efficiency statewide. So I discussed the one that was for buildings that are 100% federally reimbursed, but we also have another project of the same name and topic for our armories. And that was 1.75 million, 875,000 general funds, 875,000 federal funds. Any funds in that account would be appreciated. The bottom line for us is it's a great budget. It's a great start. It allows us to sustain our federally reimbursed facilities. It does now not allow us to sustain our 17 armories throughout the state, which with an average age of 1950. Subject to your questions is really all I have.
Any questions? Representative Thompson, you'll have to speak up, make sure that the mics catch.
Item 4 in Coos County, one of your aspirational projects. Where in Coos County would that be?
Sir, it's most likely going to be Berlin. We had to make a decision in the North Country. We have two armories up there, Lancaster and Berlin. Lack of recruiting, lack of resources. We decided to close our Lancaster Armory and transfer it to the Hampshire Fish and Game, and we will keep Berlin Armory. And we're just looking at, aspirational, trying to get additional funds to sustain that in the long term.
Thank you.
Do I see any other questions? I have one, General, on moving. You do not need that 415,000 that was there for the anti-terrorism at Merrimack County. If we were to move just that into what you were talking about, the 1.2 million, if we give you 415, can you match that with federal funds of 415 and get something done, or is that just all on us?
No, we can match it. That's what I'm telling you. Any dollar you give us in general funds will be matched, at least by 1-to-1 or 75-25. So, that's the challenge for us is, if you think about it, we have 70 to 80 buildings, just under 1 million square feet of office space, 3,000 soldiers and airmen, plus or minus, and almost everything we do has a federal match. So any dollar you give us is going to be matched. So I mean, we'll double down. So any dollar you give us is going to be matched with an equal federal match.
And just so that as we're looking at, if we were to go along with any of this recommendation, it would be titled Readiness Center Renovation Statewide, whatever the general fund, and then the federal fund matching as well.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Mills.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to go on record as saying that when we start discussing this in committee and we do our little up and downs on everything, I'm going to make the recommendation to add on to that 415,000 to bring it up to 600,000 for their original request for priority number 4. That's less than $200,000 and in a budget this size, I think it will be well spent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Mills. If you could convince 12 people on this committee to go along with you, we will do it. Any other hands raised? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Edgar, I missed that. Unmute yourself, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see that there's a difference between what we received in February and the great big bound book we got in December. It looks like maybe some of the priorities changed. Do you have any comment to that, General?
Sir, what I think happened is we proposed 10 priorities, 5 of them with a general fund match. And I believe what transpired through the governor's budget is they funded 6 of our 10 projects. So that's what I'm assuming is the difference in the listed priorities between the past and the present. Chairman, am I correct?
Pretty much. If you'll look at as one of our members calls it, the wish book that went to the governor, the blue book that we all have, and what was actually in his proposal sent to us, you'll see that many agencies, the listing is different, but the projects are all there. So I'm not sure if it was just the staff going, okay, we're going to do all 6 and just put them down in whatever order they wrote them or what, but they're all there. So,
okay.
And I'm not sure, we didn't ask the budget director if the priorities that are in the governor's proposal are the governor's priorities or not.
Okay, if I could just, if I could follow up, please.
Sure.
Thank you. There was also land listed originally in the blue book that we got. But the totals are the same and the other items are the same. Was there anything unusual about that? Did you get the land some other way?
No, so sir, we'll accept the risk. Usually what we'll do is every budget cycle or every other budget cycle, we usually put in, it's the state's responsibility to provide us with land so we can build new armories. We understand in the current fiscal requirement, asking for $500,000 of general funds with no federal match probably isn't going to work. And so with prior biennium budget freeze releasing some funding we have remaining for land, that should be sufficient for us to use and try to get after what we need. Why we need so much some of these general funds in this current budget cycle, when I tell you that we have 17 armories and 0 funding for them for the next 2 years. I go look at the tea leaves and tell you that 2 years from now, if you and I are still here, I will be asking you for my #1 priority will be $5 million of general funds to match a $15 million federal armory that we're going to be building in 2027. So we're always trying to, get the land today for 5 years out. And what we'll essentially do is, with funds that were just released from the current budget freeze, we will use those to get the next sort of future big MILCON project to bring into the state. So that's why it was our #1 priority. Then COVID hit, then we said, you know what, this won't work. So that's why I'm not advocating for it right now.
Thank you. Mr. Scheer, your hand up.
It was Representative Graham. And all I was going to do was just help clarify some of the various documents that people may have looked at or maybe have in front of them. And if I could just share my screen for a moment.
Sure. And Representative Bunker, I do know your hand is up.
So right now you're looking at this is the summary list from what I would call the fat binder from the June meeting where the capital budget is presented to the governor. And in that, you had 10 projects for the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services, and those are listed here. And you can see the land, you can see the reference to number 4 that the general was discussing. Of these 10 projects that were there in June, 7 made it into that blue bound book that you were mailed. It's called 2021 Capital Improvement Program. And during that process, there may be some adjustments to the amounts that you see in that book compared to this page that I have on the screen, because the Public Works Division within Administrative Services will look at the various projects and try to get a better handle on what the cost might be. And then the last piece that you have right now is the recommended governor's capital budget, which is that gray thin book. In there were 6 projects for the department. So the land one was identified, did not make it in there. So I just wanted to, you should have all of these documents. I emailed you the one that you have on the screen here. It's the capital improvement request revised 25 June 20. It's got every agency and all the projects that they listed back in June. So that if you need that, if there's a reference to that today from another department or going forward, that's one place you can look if it's not in the blue book. So that's all. I just wanted to help the committee with that. And I know the general was referencing a couple projects in this, and I just wanted to make sure the committee knew to look at that document.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Representative Bunker, did you have your hand raised?
No, I think maybe that's left over from before. Thank you.
I just didn't want to miss somebody. Any other questions for the Adjutant General? Seeing none, thank you very much, General, for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for supporting the men and women of the New Hampshire National Guard.
And once again, I thought there'd be more questions or more requests from the department. We have 10 minutes before the next presenter, which is the New Hampshire Veterans Home. So take a break. Wait a minute. I lost the to. I would ask that you check your email because a lot of the documents that we have seen so far this morning were emailed out by Mr. Shea from the LBA. It was all in one email so that we could look at them ahead of time. As I said in my email to everybody, there's just no way that they're going to be able to snail mail all of these documents out to everybody. I understand that some of them are quite lengthy. You may not want to print them at home, but you can either read them on your own screen or Mr. Shea's going to jump in here and explain where else they are.
Thank you, Representative Graham. They're also located on our website. And I can walk the committee through that if you would like, just so you can see where they are.
Why don't we wait until after we hear from the Veterans Home, so that we're not cutting. I don't think she'll take the full half hour.
No, that's fine, Representative.
All right, thank you. About one more minute, Commandant.
Yes, sir.
I have 11:30, and I call the meeting back to order. And the next presentation is from the New Hampshire Veterans Home. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you so much for allowing me to present to you today the needs of the New Hampshire Veterans Home over the next biennium. For the record, my name is Margaret Lebrecht, and I'm the Commandant of the New Hampshire Veterans Home. As you can see from my presentation and from the governor's capital budget, there are two vital needs at the New Hampshire Veterans Home at this point. The parking lot repairs and infrastructure, although it may not sound like a needed project, truly is our mission to make sure that our staff and visitors are able to get into the Veterans Home in a safe manner. Currently, we have many cracks and divots throughout the parking lot area that makes it very hard for our visitors, especially those who are handicapped, to transverse into the Veterans Home. And we have areas throughout the area. It's called the Lot E. That is an unimproved dirt parking lot that during winter time, many of our staff need to park out there in order for the other parking lots to be cleared of snow and debris. And to pave that would add to the security and safety of them to get into the building. In the parking lot, just walking around it, you can tell. I walked around it with the Public Works gentleman when he was here. It happened to be raining that day, and literally you would see the water just puddling around the building, and where the culvert was almost 2 inches above where the pavement is, creating trip and fall hazards that we feel that absolutely needs to be corrected. And so we look for your support on that item. Chairman, would you like me to go forward with the master plan, or would you like me to break for any questions?
Are there any questions on this? Seeing none.
Thank you. Again, the master plan update. Our last master plan was done in 2010, 2011. And so we would like to make sure that we are updating our designs and definitely the needs of the long-term care facilities throughout the state, as you know, with the health and safety guidelines, especially with the current pandemic. We want to make sure that our building is as safe as it can be. And so with a master plan looking towards what our veterans will need in the future, as well as any changes that need to occur throughout the building to ensure that we are providing a safe and secure building for our veterans in the future.
Thank you. I do have one question about that one and maybe the other one. I know that the VA helps fund part of your operations.
Yes, sir.
Is there any potential for us being able to use federal funds for either of these projects?
My review of the regulations that support, they support building repairs. I have not found a regulation that allows land repairs for federal support.
And a master plan so that it comes into what they want us to have, I would hope that they would help pay for it.
I'm going forward. I will definitely look into that, especially where the pandemic comes into place. I would definitely submit this forward if the monies were secured on our end. They do require that the general fund portion be secured prior to their approval.
Thank you. Any other questions of the Commandant? Representative Thompson.
Commandant, what is the size of the parking lot you're proposing to rehab?
I do not have the square footage directly in front of me. I will tell you it's approximately, the land that we are currently using is almost 2 acres. And that parking lot circumferences the whole building and goes, we have, I wish I had the numbers. I apologize. I do not have the number of parking spots or the square footage. It may be that I can get back to you on that. I can get that information.
Follow up. Also, where did you come up with the cost?
Public Works is was our guidance on the cost.
Just for your information, we will be hearing from Administrative Services this afternoon. Virtually every project, not every project, goes to Administrative Services early in the process for them to look at the scope of the project and to provide a funding number to both the governor and to us as we go forward. By and large, the agencies do not come up with that dollar amount unless it's something that is mandated in law or federal rules.
Thank you.
Representative Bunker.
Thank you for taking my question. Commandant, may I just ask, how does this list of 2 items that the governor approved compare with your original request?
It's exactly the request that we had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you. Commandant, on your master plan update, is that done by, do you go out to bid to have someone do it, or is that an internal document that's taken care of?
Ma'am,
by either?
That would be put out to bid, and a consultant would come in conjunction with the staff in this building as well as stakeholders externally, but it's done by a consultant.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, did you want me to speak to those items that I asked to have extended?
I do have a question from Representative.
Thank you, Commandant. Nice to see you again. A general question, heart goes out to the veterans, your staff, yourself. We turned the corner with your facility, and we have better times now with COVID on the property.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, could you repeat that? So I can't hear him.
Thank you, Commandant. I just said it was good to you. My question is on the facility, the veteran staffing. Have we turned the corner there with COVID at this point? Or are we at a good place? We for a month and a half?
Yes, sir. We're very fortunate that we have turned the corner. Public Health did declare the outbreak closed on January 26th. As you guys may know, that started on November 10th. We had held COVID at bay for 2.5 months. Unfortunately, it came in hard. We had our last positive veteran at the end of December, last positive staff member mid-January. And so again, our outbreak has been closed. We are clear and we are COVID-free at this point. We are moving forward in the phases as public health allows and community spread to allow for outside visits now. Outside visits not being truly outside of the building, but having family members able to come in and keep a social 6 feet distance from their loved one, as well as masking and the sanitizing area so that they're absolutely able to visit. Although I will tell you that during this pandemic, we have done everything that we can to ensure the connection between families and their loved ones, whether that's through Facebook, Skype, Messenger, iPads, computers, and window visits so that families are able to communicate with their loved ones.
Thank you. Thank you for you and your staff.
Thank you.
Seeing no on the new capital appropriations, the Cabinet did provide us with some information about lapses of previous capital requests. In order to save some time for Representative Jack and his committee, as long as we have 20 or 30 minutes today, we can go ahead and answer those questions, and it's one less agency that we'll have at a later. Go ahead.
You want me to go ahead with the extension request, sir?
Please.
Okay, so we currently are in the midst of the firewall repair. And I don't know if that's the first one on your list or not. That is.
Well, us is what you said.
Okay, thank you. So as you can see, the first 3 bullets are items that we thank you very much for your support in the past. Those projects are completed. And so those remaining appropriations, although small, can be and will be lapsed in this end of this fiscal year and will be coded as such. The first project that I have is the building firewall repairs. It was originally 1.4 million. Currently stands at approximately a little under 1.3. Now that is the firewall that needs to be repaired into the Ladue portion of our building. And as you can see, that's almost 2,000 linear square feet of repairs. Once that is done, we're hoping that our contractors will be able to get back into the building now that the community spread is down and those repairs can be completed. If that project is completed by the end of June, that too, and all expenditures made, we will lapse those funds as well and code it to close. The next one I have is the heat pump equipment replacement. And as you know, our Ladue building and the TAR buildings is aging. The geothermal placement of approximately 146 of these heat pumps. Over the years, we have many that are failing due to their useful life cycle having long passed. So we appreciate and ask that those funds are able to go forward as well. I will tell you, contractors have been in areas that are non-residential when they're able to do any kind of the work that they can. We, at this point, are still not allowing them into residential areas. But we're hoping that going forward within the next month, that with the community spread continuing to decline, we'll be able to have those contractors in the building and have those fixed. The last item that has been a long-standing item is the Ladue third floor addition. That has yet to be approved on the VA side, so it has not, I would call, bubbled up on their queue. And I believe approximately $300,000 have been spent on the design of that building. With the new COVID, it may be something that we would want to look at and see if that truly still stands as the most current design that we should go forward with. I will tell you, they are all single rooms and have single bathrooms, which is something that was recommended as we have gone through this pandemic. So that is one of the pluses of that addition. We would move away from 2 veterans in one room, and the veterans would be able to be individually and single rooms, which we have found is beneficial to the spread of infection. And I will stop there, sir, and answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. And that's it, Commandant.
Thank you all. I appreciate your support for our veterans in the state of New Hampshire and for everything that you do for us. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shea.
Yes, sir. So I just wanted, I'll take you through to our website so that the committee knows exactly where the documents are. So I'm going to do a screen share again. So right now you should be seeing the general court homepage. If you scroll down and on the left-hand side in that column, the second from the bottom, you see legislative budget assistant. Click into that and that brings you to our homepage for the legislative budget assistant. And across the top, you have home, budget division, audit division, and about us. Hover over budget division. In the third one down, it says budget and revenue documents. You click on that and you're going to see a page pop up. And in the middle of that page, it says operating and capital budget documents. And if you click into 22-23, you're going to find it's going to have all the operating budget documents, but it's also going to have all the capital budget documents. And you'll find the capital budget documents at the bottom at this time. And you're going to see capital budget dash house. So any document that you're receiving from agencies will be found here. When we prepare a comparison sheet for you, we'll put a PDF version of that up on this site as well. But everything that you find here is something that you would have been emailed from me. So if there's any questions as you go forward, you're like, I can't find a certain document, look here, or if you thought you should have gotten an email and didn't, please email me and let me know. There are some things that wouldn't go on this, like the summary document for the June work. I have not been able to get permission to put that on our website. We tried to get the documents for the Blue Book that have that available electronically, and Administrative Services hasn't given me permission to post it on our site, nor do they have it on theirs. So there may be a couple of documents as you go through the process that don't end up on the website, but for the most part, everything should end up here. You have a meeting scheduled next Friday. You should get an email from me on Wednesday at some point during the day, and that should have all the documents I've been able to acquire from the agencies that are scheduled to meet on Friday. My effort will be to try to get you things at least 2 days before you have a meeting scheduled. A lot of that has to do with when I receive the information from the agencies. For today, you have everything that was provided. The Department of Administrative Services is scheduled for this afternoon. They did not provide any documents, and that's why you don't have anything from them. So I will try to make a note of that in future emails that, you know, here's the documents we do have, and these are the agencies that have indicated they won't provide something if I know that. So hopefully this is helpful, but I know working with Ways and Means and Capital Budget and trying to navigate our website, sometimes it's a little confusing to find some of the things. Also understand this is the first year that we're really putting all these documents that you see down here actually on the website. And we're doing that for finance. We're doing that for Ways and Means as well. So there's a lot of information that we're adding to our website, and we're trying to get better at organizing it as we move forward. So happy to take any questions. I'm going to stop the screen share. But I think most importantly is if there's any questions or that you didn't receive something, please email me and let me know.
I see no hands raised. Thank you very much, Mr. Shea.
Welcome.
At this point, we come back at 1 o'clock for admin services. And if you look at the governor's proposal, there is a lot in that. So please be back at 1 if at all possible, and we will go over their presentation in the order that it was laid out in the governor's proposal. And with that, we are in recess until 1 p.m. today.
So should be able to, yeah.
It's up. I would like to call this meeting of the Public Works Committee back into session. This afternoon, we're going to be hearing from Administrative Services. They have several subgroupings within the capital budget. And Commissioner, when you come on, I would like to ask you to briefly go over first what your agency does in preparation of both the capital improvement program booklet and then what goes to the governor from that working group that you sort of head up. And then we will go through each of the subgroupings as shown in the governor's proposal, starting, for example, with court facilities first, and then just go down the way he laid it out. Everybody can follow along on the same piece of paper. And Commissioner Arlinghouse, welcome to Public Works again.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's always nice to be here. Joining me, one down and one over on my screen, anyway, is Karen Rantamaki, who's our Director of Plant and Property. Karen's going to talk about, when we do this, talk about the projects, project by project. And she'll talk a little bit about how we select the projects that we request. You know, we manage more than 90 buildings and for multiple branches of government. And how we do our own sort of mini thing. And I think it might be useful for some of your members to at least have a refresher on that and how that happens. To kind of see the thought that goes into it and how we decide which leaky roofs are the leakiest and need the most work. And we'll talk about that. Let me talk a little bit about sort of the process of developing a capital budget itself, which is, I think, what you want to get into, and how it works, because I think it's interesting. I was thinking this Wednesday at the Governor and Council meeting when we were talking about a project, and we ended up having a contingency on it that was like, $400. And someone said, "Why is it only $400?" And I said, "Because that's all the money that's left. So we better hit our number." I'm looking at a timeline I have that we put together to sort of help guide us, and it gives you an idea. And it's for this capital budget. We send out forms to agencies in February. So February a year ago, we sent, so more than a year ago at this point, we sent forms to agencies saying, get your capital budget requests in together. One of the agencies that we send it to is Karen, because she's sort of that for this. Their responses are due back to us April 3rd. So what you're looking at comes out of requests that were developed by agencies with a due date of April 3rd a while ago. Remember, that was back when the pandemic was new and exciting for all of us. And then we go through a process. In June, there's a hearing. They're called the Governor's Capital Budget Hearings in state law. This is governed by RSA 9.5, I think. There's a process about who gets invited, who's there. We typically invite, it was online this year, right? Because everybody was scattered to the wind. I think we invited the entire Public Works Committee as it was then. Some people were on it, some people weren't. I seem to recall Representative Cloutier being on it, who was the sitting chairman at the time. And they ask questions. We go agency by agency, and it's a little bit like the November budget hearings on the operating side, where everybody's got maybe 15 minutes to talk about stuff, and they go through their requests and what they want. Well, people request all kinds of stuff, and some of them are emergency items, and some of them are, we'd like showers for the bathroom in the basement of a building, which I won't name because that might have been last on my list of priorities. I mean, not that I don't think bathrooms are good to have showers, but when we've got a roof that's leaking, I think we can probably do without a shower in a bathroom. So that happens. Those hearings happen. At that point, the law requires us to make suggestions to the governor's office. And us, Us is a funny question. And in fact, when I started, somebody said, I said, who exactly is us? And they're like, I don't know, it's Mike Connor. So Mike Connor, who was deputy commissioner who retired in 2017, although he does some work for us part-time because he's very good. He works for Karen. Karen is in some ways her successor, but other people are in some ways his successor, sorry. And Public Works is one. So what happens is I sit down with Ted Cupper, who many of you know is the Director of Public Works, and Michelle Giuliano, who's the Deputy Director of Public Works, which is one of our divisions. And we go through the lists. And basically, you know, at that point, and if you've seen the binders of those projects, it is, some of them are very thorough. An agency knows exactly what it wants to do. Maybe I want to build a new courthouse in Milford, which we already did, but so we're not building another one. But sometimes they're not quite as thorough because they're very much in the sort of early stages of what they're thinking. And so what they think it's going to cost is very sketchy because they haven't even fully thought it through. They haven't sat down with a project manager, an engineer, or an architect and gone through the process. We go through and we try to rank order those. What we don't know is what and we're doing it for the governor. In theory, this is all about the preparation of the governor's proposal that you have in front of you, the thing that starts the process. Basically, what we do is I'll just tell you what we did this year. We go through and we decide what's an A, what's a B, and what's a C. Because at some point you have this giant amorphous blob of projects and you have to try to figure out what they are. We're helped in the process a little bit because Karen, who's now way over here on my screen, my Brady Bunch screen keeps changing. Karen has the most projects and they tend to be the ones that are the most traditionally capital budgety, not just the DAS ones, but you know, corrections would fall in that category too. But they do kind of a rank order inside themselves going, well, you know, the roof at, you know, the roof on 27 Hazen really needs replacing, as opposed to the, you know, if we didn't do the Dairy Courthouse, it wouldn't be the end of the world. That kind of stuff. And so we use that, but we try to do a little bit of equity and a little bit of, you know, let's make sure we're picking adjunct general projects according to which we think. Our goal is to identify health and safety as much as we can. There are political considerations that we don't make. Something might be like, well, you know, this is the governor's really wants to work on a new secure psychiatric unit. We don't know that. And frankly, if we did, we wouldn't judge based on it because our input is meant to be public worksy, if you will. And so we do that. We suggest to him broad categories of projects. In the past, occasionally people have rank ordered them like 1 through 120, which becomes very subjective and a little goofy. We didn't do that this year. We had broad categories. They then get back to us and say, I want you to estimate these projects. These are the ones that I want to take a second stab at. So the giant binder that we prepare for the June hearing is sort of one take on it. Then at the next level, when we're preparing this, which I think you all have as well, the capital improvement program book, this is not everything that every agency proposed, right? That's an important note to make. Because in theory, the governor could go off of this list. The 2017 budget debates, I was the governor's budget director, I wasn't here. And we actually picked a project off the list that was not in this book. And I only got wind of it from an agency. We did the library union catalog at Cultural Resources instead of the archaeology something or the other. Because the guy who was running it at the time really wanted the union catalog and he didn't understand why we didn't do it. And he was really nice, so we did it. And then I think you guys even agreed. Anyway, so this comes out. What is this? These are the projects that, so Michelle and Ted assign each project. Karen says to them, we need to redo the roof on Philbrook. It's actually not one this year, but I think it's going to cost $100,000 or whatever. It then gets assigned by Ted and Michelle to one of the what we call project managers at Public Works. They're architects and engineers. We try to assign it to somebody who kind of knows that area. You know, if it's related to a prison, Tim Smith ends up getting it, that kind of thing. Dave Goulet does mechanical, et cetera, et cetera. They then go through an estimating process where they try to figure out if what the agency thinks about its project is right in a big picture sense, because we're talking about estimating a ton of projects in a few weeks. That document is due to the governor by, I think, December 1st. So at that point, we are producing what we refer to as the book or the CIP book and present it to the governor. In theory, then, what the governor does, and that this is happening behind the curtain, a curtain that I didn't look behind this year, but he's then going through that going, yeah, I guess that makes sense. And I don't know about that roof. And do we really need 4 courthouses? How about we just build 2? And I want to make sure we do something on this. And like, oh, you know what? We got to do that thing for the university system, that kind of stuff. And so then he puts together a capital budget. But the estimates that he's using in the capital budget are coming out of this book. There have been years in the past where occasionally governors do things with the estimates, like they kind of make up their own mind about whether they were estimated well or not. I believe that this year, for the most part, they were adopted. That is to say that the estimate that is in the capital budget comes out of the blue book that you all have. That's kind of the big picture on how we got where we are today. And I could stop and answer questions on that, or maybe jump to Karen. What would you like to do, Mr. Chairman?
Are there any questions on the process of how we got to where we are today? Seeing no hands up, we'll jump to where you want to go. And if we could, as I said earlier, just go down the way the governor laid it out in his proposal. If we could stop at the end of each of the sections, you know, for example, at the end of court facilities, take questions at the end of each of that rather than on each project as she's talking.
Good. So I'll let Karen tell you everything that she knows. And the advantage there is that she's the smart one.
Well, with that introduction, thank you. Yes. Hi, I'm Karen Rantamaki. I am the Director of Plant and Property. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Before I jump into courts, I just wanted to, I did some quick math. DAS, or the Plant and Property Division of DAS, I should say, because there's some financial data management projects on here as well. We, in our original request, our projects totaled $73 million. So you'll see that our maintenance is kind of a tail that we keep chasing in terms of trying to get things funded and trying to get things done in our state buildings. So with that request, it's pared down to what you see here on this list today. So I will start with the court facilities projects. There's 4 projects that made the list here. The first one, Hillsborough County South, which is the Hillsborough County Courthouse located in Nashua. We'd like to complete a cooling and building controls project that was started this year. So we did have some funding available to start that project. However, some of you might recall 2 years ago when we requested that funding that we were planning to either use it for Rockingham County or Hillsborough County. And so it was actually a number that was based on the Rockingham County project, but we were able to use it in Nashua, and we were just requesting the remainder of the funds to complete that project. The cooling system, the existing system had failed, and so it's good that we were able to get in there and at least get the project started to get them some cooling in that location. The second project, the Lebanon Circuit Courthouse, has a failed underground storage tank. We're operating with a very small temporary oil tank right now that has to be filled almost weekly at this point because there's no room on the site to put an above ground storage tank that's large enough to heat the courthouse for an extended period of time. So we're proposing to put a permanent tank in and again, locate that underground. Boilers in Portsmouth and Dover are both over 20 years old. and kind of limping along to get us some heat this winter. And so very urgent that we get those 2 locations replaced. And then the final court project actually is for 6 roofs. And we decided to combine them because some of them were very small and we didn't want to put in a request for a small amount of money, maybe like $100,000. So we figured combining those would be a good way to get them all done. It also gives us some flexibility because as we've seen in the past few years, roofing projects can come in really high over budget, or they can come in under budget, and putting them all 6 together in one project gives us the flexibility to kind of shift money back and forth between the projects if we need to. So those are my comments on the court projects. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any comments on courts? I do have one. I note that what was sent to the governor included, we won't talk about a new courthouse, but the generator installations. That's been a perennial issue with the courts as we go through the capital budget over the last few bienniums. What is the status of ongoing ones, and where would these go if we were to approve it by some fluke?
Great. Yeah. So the original request that was put in before my time included 10 locations. And what we did last time was we split that into 2 projects. We said, here are the 5 most critical. And those most critical ones were mostly located in the North Country, where the temperatures tend to get colder. And we have 5 other ones that are closer to the Concord area. We also have some portable generators, which is much easier to kind of move those around in the Concord area than to drive them all the way up to Coos County. And so when we split the project 2 years ago, we did get funding for 5 locations. And that project is finishing design currently, and those installations will hopefully happen in the coming warmer season, so that we're ready for next winter. And when I talked to my bureau administrator earlier this week, she did say that these 4 projects that are on this list now are our top priority. Certainly that generator project would come in at number 5 if we were to get an additional project for the court buildings. The fortunate thing is we haven't run into any long-term power outages in this part of the state that have affected the courthouses in the recent past. And so that's kind of been working in our favor. We do have the portable units, which can get us by in 1 or 2 locations. But if we have a major statewide blackout, then we will have an issue there as well.
And then you may not have an answer, but there was a separate bill we heard earlier this year about a capital appropriation for digitizing the Supreme Court records. I'm not sure if that would fall under court facilities, judicial branch, or where. Do you have, if we were to do anything, where would you suggest we do it?
That sounds to me to be more of a court operations project. And so I would think that would fall under the judicial branch.
Thank you. Any other questions on courts? Seeing none.
Thank you. The next group of projects here is for a group called Facilities and Asset Management. And that's the technical term for our buildings over on the New Hampshire Hospital campus that used to be hospital buildings, but are now used as office space for mostly DHHS, but also some other agencies as well. As Charlie mentioned before, life safety was prioritized here. So project number 1 includes 4 different life safety projects, which include fire suppression, fire alarms, sprinklers where we don't have any currently. Item 2, also life safety. We had a few minor incidents which had led us to start to investigate the old wiring in the main building. Neither one of those incidents were related to the wiring, but we are a little concerned that we should do a full investigation on what types of wiring are in that existing building and start rewiring areas that have outdated wiring that could be a hazard. Number 3 is for the Philbrook building, which we are no longer in control of, but has been transferred to Health and Human Services for a client facility. However, the sewer line does need to be replaced. It has roots growing into the piping. So it's a matter of time before it will fail. I have been in contact with HHS and they do want to move forward with this project. So I don't want to tell you that it's not a priority for me. It is a priority for HHS and I do think that it needs to be done. Item 4, the Thayer building, again, is a roof, as Charlie alluded to. We have a lot of roofing projects. It's almost like every 2 years, we're going to have a whole list of roofs that are ready to be done. So Thayer's up this year in terms of ready to be replaced. And then number 5 is the old tunnel system that runs under the New Hampshire Hospital campus. Some of those tunnels are used for pedestrian travel between buildings. They're also used for utility infrastructure, steam, and electrical. There's some areas that are not currently used, and those are the ones that are most concerning because we haven't been down in those areas very much. As part of the Concord Steam demolition project, 2 areas were determined to be compromised in that area, and we've undergone the process of filling those in so that if a car or even a fire truck were to drive over that area, that it's going to be safe for them and it's not going to collapse. So we'd like to do a thorough study of the remaining tunnel infrastructure, and there's additional funds in there to repair or fill in the most critical areas that we find during that study.
One question I have is in your the CIP for that last item, it was 650,000, and the governor's proposal at 620. Which do you need?
The $30,000 reduction is not of concern to me. The study is probably in the $100,000 range. We know of one area near Thayer that needs to be repaired, and we have a quote on that that's around low 200, so 225 or so. And the remaining funds, whatever those might be, would be to, we'd triage the remaining areas and get done what we can get done with the funds that we have available.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, just for the new members of the committee, if you could just really briefly talk about what the main building is and what the Thayer building is.
Sure.
Some of us have been around enough that we know what we're talking about, but just saying main building of what?
Great, yes, of course. So the main building was the original New Hampshire Hospital building. So if you're on the campus, it's the very large building with all kinds of wings that kind of go off the back. It's several 100,000 square feet. A lot of it has been repurposed for office space. Some of it is in disrepair and may never be used again. It is a valuable asset because it provides a lot of square footage for us to put office staff in. And it's a beautiful old building. It could use a little TLC, but it is a nice space. And then the Thayer building, Charlie probably knows better than I, but I don't know what the original purpose of that building, but again, a lot of those buildings were used for either nurses that lived on campus or, different services that they provided for the patients that were residents of the hospital. So it's an older, again, original hospital building that has now been converted into office space.
Thayer is also, if you turn in the campus off Pleasant Street, which is how most of us would get there, and you immediately have to go to your right or left. If you didn't do that and decided to go cross country, you would run smack into Thayer. It's that building. It's the building that also has daycare in it. And I'm told, I haven't wandered it. I've mostly been in the basement because that's where the new boilers are. But the 4th floor is supposedly gorgeous with beautiful woodwork. And somebody said, that's how you can tell where the doctors were, because they had the nicest spots. And back in the day, doctors had really nice offices and nurses did not. So just saying.
Yep.
Not that I'm endorsing that.
I see no hands raised on this portion.
Charlie, do you want to talk about the FDM project?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. And one of the things I didn't mention when I talked about how projects get done is some of you will know that over time, IT projects are slowly but surely eating up the capital budget. I've promised people that I'm not going to refer to the capital budget as the real capital projects and the IT projects, because that's completely unfair. But there are some people who think that, and I might sympathize with them. Dennis Goulet and his staff look at all the IT projects that are proposed and try to rank order them based on priority. Everybody wants new computer software, right? Everybody does. And everybody thinks if I only got a new computer program and I paid $2, $4, $8, $12 million for it, suddenly everything would be more efficient. And that's what I thought when I upgraded my phone and it didn't work. This project is for New Hampshire First. New Hampshire First is what's known as an ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning. It is the computer. It is the computer system that is on everyone's desk. And it is where all of the stuff is kept. All of the state's financial management, all of the state's HR, all of the state's payroll, all of the state's stuff. There are a lot of other systems, but it is the primary system by which the business entity that we call the state of New Hampshire operates. We run it through a division that's called Financial Data Management. It's a misleading name for the division because it's not just financial data, but still it's there. In the IT world, everything is moving to the cloud. There are reasons for that make it simple. It's very important that we stay upgraded. In New Hampshire, we didn't for 20 years. We sort of ignored every upgrade. And in the early to mid 2000s, we had a system that was held together with baling wire and paper clips. And there was like 3 people who knew how it worked. And there was a danger that they might retire. And that's not a situation to be in. So we try to keep upgrade. When you go to the cloud, the upgrades happen easier rather than catastrophic giant disruption to business. IT had this fairly high on their list because we should have gone to the cloud years ago and the money's not there. It's $5 million. It would last a long time. It would require an enormous amount of work by everybody in the state's accounting staff in every department and everybody on the state's HR staff in every department. But it's critical to the functionality of the system. And if we don't do it, we will eventually be, I don't want to say a second-class citizen because it's not like we're running first-class stuff. This is a good program, but it's, it's not a Cadillac. It's just a nice Chevy. But we want to keep a nice Chevy, and I don't want to start driving a Yugo. That's not a good explanation, and Alex would be very disappointed at my description. But it's very important to the financial and HR system of the state that we go to the cloud, and we can't do it without spending a modest amount of money. Although I know $5 million sounds like a lot, and Karen's going to go, "What do you mean modest? It's $5 million. I could do like 106 roofs," but that's where we stand.
Questions, Commissioner, on this? I do have one, Commissioner. I agree that it's something that we need to do. Are we talking a multi-biennium project with this? Is this just the first down payment? Is this the total amount? And if it's the total amount, could we split it between 2 bienniums in order to do another leaky roof somewhere?
It's a good question. I don't think the problem is that a lot of the costs are going to happen in the biennium. Will it leach over into a third year? Yes. Some of the implementation costs will leach over into a third year, not a significant portion of them. And we have to commit. We have to, once we commit, we're committed. If you know what I mean, we have to either do the whole thing or not do it at all. And the danger with not doing it in one budget is that we have to sign a contract. We're gonna have to sign a contract for this amount. Because we're signing a contract saying, we're gonna do the whole project, and Well, and we literally can't sign a contract if the money's not there. So, you know, Infor is the name of the company. They're not going to say, well, do the first half and then let's just talk about it in 12 months. So it isn't, even though it takes a while, it's not the kind of project that you can, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not scalable, if you know what I mean. So I kind of don't think we can. I will go back and see if there's some ability to do that, but I'm worried that we literally can't commit unless we commit to the whole thing. Sorry.
Representative Thompson.
I see in section 8, the governor's bill here, or the governor's budget, cloud services there for $3.5 million under the Department of Information Technology. Are these two not overlapping?
They are not overlapping. I'm going to be honest. I don't know that particular project, but I think it's how do I put this? Cloud services. Everything is going to the quote unquote cloud. A lot of the data on your phone is on the cloud. For example, if you take pictures with your phone, I don't want to presume anything, but if you take pictures with your phone, and a lot of people do, most of those pictures are stored on the cloud, so it doesn't clog up your phone. And around the state, there are, I'm going to say dozens, but probably more than dozens of systems. So while the system I'm talking about is, I would describe as the skeletal backbone of the state's computer system, because it's how we run operations. There's a many multi-million-dollar system at HHS that runs Medicaid. There are probably 6 or 7 multi-million-dollar systems at HHS that run this or that or the other thing. They're internally, we have a separate computer system for cost containment, which is small. We have a larger computer system to manage maintenance projects, Micromain, I think it's called, which Karen oversees, and other things like that. What IT is trying to do is to move as much data as they can to the cloud and provide services for those, but none of that's related to New Hampshire First. So there isn't overlap. It's just that the name signifies a type of thing you're doing where your data is. So when I say we're moving New Hampshire First to the cloud, it's not about that. It's not just about disaster recovery and the fact that your data is stored in a place that can't get struck by lightning because it's in 6 places and one of them's underground in a mountain in New York. It's that we're making a significant generational upgrade to the system. And that's one thing. It's not just about where the data is stored. I don't know if that helps.
I understand that. And I understand that we probably have a number of different systems within the state, but it seems like if we're going to spend $8.5 million just on these 2 divisions of the state, there must be others that are going to ask for similar funds. Is there not a way to gather all these together and accumulate some sort of savings by compiling them all?
I think that if you'll recall to what Commissioner Goulet was talking about this morning, is that he does work over all that. And he did provide us with a sheet that showed how much was going into each agency for IT things. I'll make sure you get it. But if you have a question of that, I think that the question should go to Commissioner Goulet on the interrelationship of those 2, especially those 2 items, and whether or not there's overlap or whatever. And I think that if you could do that and share it with the committee, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the financial data management? I know you've been working on this for a while, Commissioner.
Forever, I think.
I think it is. General services.
Great, thank you. So general services is another group of buildings that fall under the Division of Plant Property. General services has the rest of the office buildings in Concord. So Hazen Drive is included there, downtown, and a few other buildings that are kind of scattered around. The first project, HHS roof replacement. So that is the 2729 Hazen Drive building that houses DOIT, HHS, and environmental services. I don't think I have to go into too much detail on roofs. We have a lot of roofs, and anyone that have made this list definitely have their fair share of leaks. Item 2 is a mechanical replacement project for that same building. Again, this was another project that is beginning now that we have some capital funding for. We have enough funding to do 3 out of the 5 air handling units and none of the controls. So this additional money would allow us to finish that project. Item 3 is the tank removal, underground storage tank removal. So DES would like to see all underground storage tanks removed and replaced with above ground tanks because it's the safer thing to do. As I mentioned in the courts project, sometimes there's just not the availability to put that on any location on the property. And so we have to use the underground. But these, the ones at Morton Johnson and HHS are older tanks that potentially could become compromised. So we'd like to remove those. Item 4 is a variety of mechanical replacements and repairs. Again, sometimes with the smaller mechanical projects, just like we saw with the smaller roof projects, we tend to combine those into one larger project, which allows us a little bit more flexibility in terms of whether one building comes in over or under budget. Again, Spalding HVAC, a lot of our buildings have 30-plus-year-old mechanical equipment that is just kind of limping along and needs to be replaced. So Spalding is another old hospital campus building that is currently occupied by the Department of Labor. And then number 6, the Supreme Court also has, I believe, a very old HVAC equipment. This has been a request that has been in at least since 2007, I believe, and it finally made the governor's cut. So that makes me very happy to see. But again, a lot of our equipment is just very outdated and limping along and at risk of failing at any time. So those were the 6 projects that made the list here for general services, and I'd be happy to take questions on any of those.
Question from the committee? No hands. Representative Newman. Unmute yourself, please. Representative.
Okay, here I am. Karen, a question for you. You just mentioned about the underground tanks that you like to get them gone, but in the, I believe it was the first presentation, the Lebanon tank, that is still going to be an underground tank?
Yes, the piece of land that the building is on is such that there's no place to put an above ground tank that is large enough to run the building. We like to get a building at least 2 weeks on a tank of oil because if there's any disruption in the supply chain in terms of getting heating oil to the site, we like to have at least 2 weeks of oil kind of on standby so that we can run the facility. And so there's nowhere available on that piece of property that we can put a tank that size. We're currently, I think I mentioned, using an above ground tank that's very small and it has to be filled at least once a week. So it's not ideal.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on this? Seeing none, statewide emergency.
Great. So we've requested $1.5 million for the statewide emergency fund. That's a fund that's managed by my office as well. The funding there is available for any state building to utilize if they have an emergency situation. I do have just a few notes on things that we've done in the past year or so with that funding. We've used it to repair the sewer line in the archives building that broke underneath the building. So that, as you can imagine, was a project where we had to get creative and get in there and kind of dig it out and replace it. A bird infestation at the prison property, and also for components for fire alarm that were damaged at one of the rest areas by a lightning strike. So it's things that happen unexpectedly or untimely things that happen that we can't wait for the next round of capital budget money to fix them. And a lot of times an agency will come to me and say, hey, I have, for example, on the rest area project, I have $10,000, but I really don't have any more than that. Can you pony up another 10 so we can get this project going and completed ASAP? And so we tend to, try to split things with agencies so that we know that it really is an urgent situation and they're not just coming to us for funding.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you for permitting the question. So is there, I can see the definite need to have that reserve. Is there a balance in that reserve today?
There's about $700,000 remaining in the, there's several accounts that are still open because they kind of roll from year to year. So in the most recent one that we received, there's about $700,000 remaining in that fund.
Thank you.
Any other questions about the emergency funding? Representative Thompson.
Karen, if I may. What's the worst case scenario you've had with that fund in a given year?
That's a good question. I mean, I've been managing it just for a few years, so I can't go way back. Certainly, that broken sewer pipe, that was a few $100,000 that we had to spend out of there. I think it was between $200,000 and $300,000. We do have $1 million deductible on our insurance policy. So if we were to have like a major complete loss of a building, it would be good to have at least $1 million available to be able to rebuild, especially if it was a building that all of our buildings are critical. We're kind of bursting at the seams. So to go without a building would be a really tough thing to do. So
I think, this is Charlie. I think there was a situation that, Karen talks about things like, the bird infestation. And if you've ever had a bird infestation, you know how bad those can be. It's not the birds themselves, it's what they leave behind. So that those things tend to be smaller. We think of the Veterans Home, which was 100 and something thousand. And there tend to be a lot of those over the course of, although we've done really well during the pandemic, frankly. But every now and again, something really big happens. And we had probably here before my time, but something like 8 to 10 years ago, Graphic Services had a huge problem. The warehouse down on Store Street or Hills Ave, depending on how you count, by the Market Basket downtown. And it was multiple millions of dollars. And because of the nature of the problem, our insurance didn't cover it at all. So it wasn't like we were only responsible for the first $1 million. So that happens on occasion, but as Karen said, it's typically not the worst case scenario. It's typically a lot of little ones. And we used it, I want to make sure people understand this, that Karen administers it, but it's not just for, or nor is there a preference for buildings that are managed by DAS. So corrections is where a lot of things happen, and technically they manage their own buildings, but they have an equal claim to the fund.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was just going to mention about that warehouse because I was here when we were scrambling to find the money to do that. And we did not have an emergency fund at that point. So it made it a little more of a challenge, shall I say, because we did need to get it fixed. Any other questions on the emergency fund? Representative Abbott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where would Concord Steam, would that fall into one of these categories, or that was just a completely separate thing that we were doing, the capital budget?
Are you referring to the steam boiler replacement project where we had to install? Yes, okay. So and Charlie can chime in if I missed something, but there was about $2 million that lapsed in the original appropriation for that steam conversion project, which left us $2 million short to complete the final boiler installations and piping that needed to be done to get all of the buildings online with the heat. So we have used some emergency funds for that. We've also used a fund that we have called the maintenance fund, which comes all of the, well, not the courts, but the other two groups of buildings, the BPM buildings and the general services building, pay a small incremental fee on their per square foot charge that they pay to us to maintain and operate the buildings, which goes into a maintenance fund, which is used to do deferred maintenance projects. Some of that money was also used to fill that gap where the $2 million had lapsed. So between those two sources, we've, assuming everything comes in on budget, we have filled that $2 million gap.
I want to add something to that, just for people who know that the replacement of Concord Steam, when Concord Steam decided to shut down, and I think we're even tearing the building down now, which is a bit of a nightmare, was a $27 million project that involved, I don't know, something like 18 separate projects, boiler here, a boiler there, you know, something in the Upton Walker House, something different for the annex in the State House, a third thing for the LOB, et cetera. And then all kinds of stuff on the campus and South Street, everywhere else. It's a $27 million project. A portion of that was a capital appropriation. A smaller, I want to say something like 7 million. And a big chunk of it was in a bill passed in the spring of 2017, where they took, unexpected windfall or strong tax revenues, and they just paid it. They didn't pay it. They set it aside for us to spend the money on. The project took forever, and it's actually really fast given what we were doing, but it seems like forever because we're still, just finishing it. And there's some, we're a loose ends thing, but the fact that I'm sitting in the annex right now and it's warm suggests that we were successful. And the whole project is going to come in almost right exactly at budget. I mean, we might be even a couple of $100,000 short, which is astonishing because you can't predict that. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's either Mike Connor's brilliant or it's dumb luck or maybe a combination of both. But at the end of last session, we'd gotten the project extended, and that there was language in House Bill 2 and all of that. And because we had, $2 million left to spend because this was taking a while, this was taking a while. And then the bill in which it got extended, there was a continuing resolution. Maybe you remember that. We remember it intensely. And then the bill that extended the funding got vetoed. And we get a call from the governor's office saying, because it was one of those bills with 800 things in them. And we were just sort of on the edge and not chump change, but it was all a fight over something else. And they said, you're going to have to figure something out. Don't stop doing the STEAM project, figure something out. And so this is where Karen, I said before, Karen's the smart one. She and her people figured it out. And we robbed Peter to pay Paul, and a little bit of money here, a little bit of money there, and managed to get it done. A little bit with emergency funds, but in the end, very little. And the maintenance fund, which was meant for other things, but we had to use for this. So got it done. Some extra money was needed, but it wasn't really extra money. It was money that went away that wasn't supposed to. And we're going to come in under budget. Yay.
Any other questions on where were we? Oh, statewide emergency, statewide energy.
Yes. So the last group that falls under me is the State Energy Manager's Office, which I believe was established in 2005. I used to be the State Energy Manager. I did that for 9 years before doing this. So it's near and dear to my heart. every biennium, we ask for just a little bit of money to do some energy conservation projects. The money that we get, we turn around and give right back to the state because we invest in things like energy efficient lighting, boilers, building controls, weatherization, things that save the state money. So if this $1 million were to get approved, it would be invested in things that would, have energy savings and pay itself back over time. I guess that's all I have to say about that. We do use it in any state-owned building is eligible, just like with the emergency fund, to apply for energy funds. In the past, we've used several different techniques to kind of distribute the money. I think Charlie and I talked about, with this $1 million, let's do the best bang for our buck kind of projects, regardless of what building or where it is. So I think that's what we're looking to do this year and get the state the most energy savings that we can.
Today, this morning at fiscal committee, we were asked about an item that's tangentially related to this, about a federal grant for energy projects, and it's the same kind of thing. I mean, it's the same thing, different money. It's 40 grand. And somebody said, what do you get for that? And I said, it's not that complicated, actually. Lower electric bills, period. We do stuff, we spend less electricity, like when you change out your light bulbs, and we save money.
There was a press release that came out last week, and it has some more detail on this. And over the course of the existence of the State Energy Manager's Office, we've avoided around $45 million in energy costs for the state.
Any questions on this? I know Representative Abbott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed in the Blue Book, the request for this fund was $2,900,000. And the governor has put it down as $1 million.
It's funny, I thought we requested, yeah, that sounds right. So there's a lot of stuff that could be fixed. The state's buildings are, kind of rough. And, it's one of those things. If you buy a house that was built in 2010, probably not a lot you can do for energy efficiency. If you buy an old Victorian, probably a lot you can find. And we got a lot of old Victorians in the state. And so we got a lot of stuff to fix. So we asked for money. We asked for a good amount of money. And I think the governor looked at it. I think the governor thinks a little bit like Representative Graham's earlier question about scaling something back. And he went, yeah, I want to do that, but do what you can with this much instead of as much as you want. And if you give us more, we'd do more. If you give us less, we do less.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I put my hand up right when Representative Abbott started talking. And I took it down because it was basically the same question I was going to ask. And what I could ask further, is there any feel for how much money we would get back between possible federal reimbursements or matching funds? Or because you had mentioned that you felt we saved $45 million over a period of years. Is there any feel for the payback on this type of investment?
Sure. So the kind of the rule of thumb that I used to use when I was in that role was a 10-year payback is good for the state. So there was a lot of projects that were under that. So some were 5, some were 2, meaning if you invest $100,000 that you're going to get $50,000 a year in energy savings. So in 2 years, you'll get your $100,000 back. Some were a little bit higher, but if we are in a situation where we need to replace a boiler because it's failing or failed, it makes sense at that point in time to purchase the more expensive energy efficient unit because it's going to be in our building for a long time. And so some of the projects were a little higher, some were under, and on average, we were running like 6 to 7 years on the payback. Additionally, we do have the opportunity to apply for and reinvest incentives and rebates. So any project that we do, we also apply to the utilities or the Public Utilities Commission or both, depending on what type of project it is. And if we are able to get an incentive, that gets redeposited into the Energy Investment Fund, which can then be used to reinvest in our state facilities to do more energy saving projects.
If I could have a follow-up?
Certainly.
Thank you. When I've been involved in these type of programs to review energy efficiency in school systems, then we would prioritize according to the payback on which projects we would do first. And it really helped. But after you go spend a certain amount, then you're obviously getting into ones that have less priority and there's less payback. So if we right now it's been cut from the 2.9 million down to $1 million. Is there any feel for the way the priorities are set up of how much you would save if, let's say, you got another $1 million this year?
So one of the ways that we decide what types of projects or what projects we're going to do is every year, each agency that owns property is required to evaluate their facilities and submit a list of energy saving projects that they could do in their facilities. We ask them also to estimate a cost and an energy savings from that project. Again, just like with the capital budget submittal process, those numbers can sometimes just be very back of the envelope. But we take all of that information and we put it all together and we submit a report every year that says, here's all the things that we could do in state buildings if we had unlimited funds. And then over the course of, when we do get funding over the course of the biennium, we decide which projects are really feasible. Sometimes an agency might go forward and do a project on their own because it's, like I said, if it's a boiler that's failed, yeah, they might want to do it as an energy project, but they might just need to get it done also, and they might fund it some other way. Go through that list, and we tend to pick the projects with the best payback, but also the projects that we don't think agencies are going to be able to do on their own. So if it's a very small investment with a very quick payback, we might just say, hey, take some operating funds, spend the $5,000. You're going to get it back in a year or two anyway with the savings. So I would say with $1 million, I think we could target probably that 6 to 7 year payback. And as you said, then it kind of gets incrementally higher beyond that. But I do think that everything that we do would still average out to 10 years or less.
Thank you.
I would say, just so people kind of understand how this works sometimes, you can kind of see behind me a window, and there's another one over here. My office gets really, really cold, and Karen is very unsympathetic to me. I'm just saying out loud. But because the windows are drafty as all get out. And, my chair is near the window. I think I need to change that. But, and I said something once about, isn't that a good thing to fix? And we got to be spending all kinds of money on heat because of the air blowing in on me. And in part because she's fairly brutal this way in evaluating things. She said, yeah, windows aren't a good payback. So my windows have not been replaced because apparently windows are not a good payback. So I say that to say that we are routinely evaluating what's a good payback and what isn't. And even if your whiny boss complains to you about windows, he doesn't get them.
Commissioner, can we quote you when HHS or others come in wanting to replace windows?
Yeah, no, maybe.
Any questions on the statewide energy? Commissioner, I do have one request. The question came up about the statewide emergency fund. If you could provide us, or Karen, more likely, provide us with what's been appropriated the last couple bienniums or where the money went and what's left before we decide whether to give you, $500,000, $1 million, whatever in this one. It's helpful just to see where it is. And hopefully we'll never have that warehouse situation again.
Knock on wood. We can provide that, and would it be helpful if we send it to Mr. Shea?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
This went quicker than I thought.
That's what I like to hear.
Any other questions to the commissioner or or admin services overall at this point in the process? Representative Thompson.
What's the benefit of $1 million? But $1 million, the insurance company, that we have to pay first. What's the cost as opposed to having a half?
It's a good question. We evaluate our coverage regularly, and so broadly speaking on insurance, think of it this way: for everybody, to some extent, insurance is meant to be for your house, for anything, is meant to be sort of stop loss coverage. You're going to do the little stuff, and you're going to make sure they have the big stuff, so that you pay for the doctor's checkup, they pay for the heart attack, that kind of stuff too. But and on insurance, you look at it, because if you have a $500,000 deductible, our premium is going to be higher. If you have $1 million deductible, our premium is going to be a little lower. Then the question you have to ask yourself is, can we afford as an entity the risk? At my house, we have a relatively low deductible, certainly not $1 million, which I don't think it's that low, but because we can't, we don't have money set aside. We self-insure on health insurance because the state can absorb the ups and downs and ins and outs, particularly over time. $1 million was set a long time ago as a decent number. It went up when it went up from 500 to $1 million, I think. They calculated the savings as relatively extraordinary and realized we weren't getting much. We've talked internally recently. This is not Karen's area, but risk and benefits, and what we used to call risk management, who does the insurance buying. And one of the things we've looked at is, a couple of questions. One, should the state just be entirely self-insured on buildings and not have any insurance coverage whatsoever on the assumption that we can afford it? Probably not. We can't afford that much. Like, we couldn't afford 10 million. Is $1 million the right number? Is $2 million the right number? And one of the things that we're going to do is, when our policies are up, is we're going to price various levels. What's $1 million? What's 2 million? What's 3 million? And then look at our claims history and how many claims do we have? The truth is, we haven't really had many claims because we don't hit that number very often. Or when we do, the insurance company has a way, like they did at Graphic Services, to not really cover it. So what's the benefit? It's how much risk we can absorb. The emergency fund is the way we absorb the risk of having a $1 million policy. But it's something that we have to evaluate, and we'll probably be doing over the next 9 months as to whether that number is too low.
Right. Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you. There was a comment, Karen, you made it early on about roofs, and that quite often roofs can be overestimated, under budgeted, whatever. And you were trying to, put a pile of money together, hopefully that they would cover the roofs as needed. Do you all look at different materials for roofs, or are all the buildings' roofs a standard? I'm asking if you'd use metal roofs at all, if you've got any comparisons that some roofs would give you a better bang for your buck.
Mm-hmm. A great question. We have all different kinds of roofs in the state. Not a lot of metal ones that I know of, especially at DAS, possibly on the DOT side, they might have some, but we have membrane roofs, the kind that have the stone on top. We have like a typical New England pitched roofs that have shingles. We have slate roofs. So we have a whole bunch of different kinds of roofs. We do look at different options. So certainly when we're replacing a slate roof, a lot of times we just can't afford to put slate on again. So we do some sort of imitation slate that maybe really looks nice. But the interesting thing that we noted was, a few years ago when we bid out some roofs, they all came in over budget. And so I'm thinking, oh, roofing has really gone through the roof in terms of pricing. But then the next round of roofs went out and they came in right on budget. And it's just a funny thing that it depends on the complexity of the roof, the location, the condition, and the material. So all those things kind of factor in. And Public Works does a great job at estimating, but sometimes when they're estimating stuff 18 or 20 months before the project actually happens, a lot can change in the economy and in resources and in manpower too. Like sometimes it's hard to just find a contractor, and so prices go up. So it's just one of those things that it's really just hard to predict year over year what you're going to see for pricing.
We had a lot of roof issues about a year and a half ago, and we did a bunch of looking into it for Public Works was doing this because you might know that there's a school of thought that says that we estimate everything too high and come in under budget. And there's another school of thought. I had about 9 months ago, I had 2 meetings in a row, or in the same week anyway, where the one guy said, you guys way overestimate everything. And then somebody else said, you know what the problem is? Everything you estimate is underestimated. And I thought, well, those can't both be right. And the truth is they are both right. We estimate as best we can, but you can't predict markets and things like that. We looked at roofs because we were having problems like Karen talked about. And one of our guys, and I think Ted did this, went out and talked to a couple of contractors and said, let me buy you a cup of coffee and talk to me about this. And the one guy said, I don't want to do the project. State projects are hard to do anyway, because the state is complicated. So, okay, I get that. That's probably not going to change that much because of some of our, the rules and regulations and protections in place. But he said, we got a lot of business right now and I don't want to do any, but if you're going to throw money at me, I'll do it. So I hate roofing projects and nobody likes it. And apparently roofing is not something a lot of people like to do in the trades. And he said, but so you're going to put something out to bid. And I'm thinking, could I do it for 150 grand? Yeah, I don't want to. So I'm going to throw a bid in at 350, which is ridiculous. But I don't want the business. But if you're going to give me 350, I'll take the business. And so that ends up happening. The combination or combining things, part of the help that is somebody goes, do I want to go through all of this hassle for a project that is 100 grand and I'm going to net like $500 on? No. But if you're going to let me do $1 million worth of roofing projects, my net's going to be greater and I'm willing to absorb some of the hassle. So sometimes we'll bid things out multiple ways that way, but it's a lot of times it's about the market. When the market was so good, just think of, a little more than a year ago, there are a lot of people who are like, I got all the business I need. And so I'm bidding high on everything. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. The people will tell you in the middle of a recession, sometimes you get better prices. So yeah, it's hard to know.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised. I would like to mention one thing. Commissioner kept holding up this, the CIP. I would suggest that as we're going through agencies such as administrative services that have multiple projects, that you have that somewhere close, because on each of these lines, they have a page or more of exactly what the project is, so that we can look at it. And when it says multiple roofs for the court system, it lays out the courts that they are looking at doing. They may not get them all if they can't get the price, but at least it gives you a feel for what they're saying. And especially since we're trying to do things via Zoom, and we don't always have the time that we would have if we were in here every day in our own room to question people, it would be helpful. And I just make that suggestion. Anything else for the commissioner? Representative Edgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, speaking of court, I had a question on the Rochester Circuit Courthouse, the one that you put in for over 15 million. A lot of money, and I see it's been pulled, but It also mentions in there that you don't have the land yet, or the price doesn't include the land. Do you actually have the site for it already?
No, we don't. This is something that the city of Rochester was interested in pursuing because they're interested in our current building for city use. They have a piece of land available that we could negotiate in terms of, make that part of the deal in terms of if we sell our facility to them and we think that the land that they have is appropriate, we could certainly work that in. We've built a lot of courthouses in the past few years. I don't want to overstep, but I don't think this is something that necessarily came from DAS. I think it came from the judicial branch. And like I said, initiated by the city of Rochester. So if it were to make it into the budget, we would certainly run with it and get it done. I guess that's what we have to say about that.
I think there were concerns, and a number of people had concerns about the land, the question about the land and some of the other questions. And, where do we want Rochester to be at the end of the day? And is it a priority? I'll just say this much. So we had a meeting and Ted Cupper from Public Works, when we were evaluating things, said, well, they don't have the land yet. And I thought, if the project's approved, they'll get the land. They're probably not going to get the land if they're not going to build a courthouse. And you know what? You can argue that both ways, right? Well, don't come to us until you have the land. And then Rochester's thinking, well, why am I going to buy land if I'm not going to build a courthouse? And you can argue it both ways. But I think in the end, while I am not as hyper about whether they have the land in front, I think that's probably a reason that it was not, well, shall we say, didn't make the cut. Plus, we built a lot of courthouses the last couple of years.
If I could follow up, please.
Follow up.
Well, yeah, thank you for building one close to here in Hampton. We appreciate it. But the question it lists here in the reasoning that there's a security problem there. Is there a severe security problem at the present courthouse there?
I can speak to older buildings that were not originally built to be courthouses. All have security problems based on our current standard. Recently, there was a court in Plastow that was closed, as you may know. Things like not having separate entrances for inmates that come in, not having steel doors in the holding cells where inmates are held prior to trial. Things like that. So I don't know specifically what is happening at Rochester. I can find out for you. But my guess is because it was an older building, not originally intended to be used as a courthouse, that there probably are certainly some security concerns.
There are court facilities, unlike executive and legislative branch facilities, where, they're a little bit loosey-goosey on. Court facilities has an accreditation committee. There's a formal process. There's a committee. It's chaired by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Karen and I go, and Sarah Lineberry, who's the head of court facilities, practically runs it, but she presents on facilities. Court security on that. There are legislative members, or there are public members, and they look at all the courthouses to see if they meet certain standards. Plastow was closed, the first one in a long time, because it was, their holding cell was a closet. I mean, literally a closet. And so at some point, people are like, you know what? We can't do this. Rochester's not at that point where there's an operational issue. But if you were looking at our facilities, and you said, you think of the more modern buildings in Hampton and Milford that we built recently, and the one over in Concord. There are a lot of thoughts about who crosses paths with who, and holding cells and all of that kind of stuff. And they're very modern. There are all kinds of guidelines. This wasn't built according to those guidelines. Are they making the best of it? Yeah. Is it a problem from an accreditation standpoint where at any time something might happen and we have like a Jack Ruby situation? No. So that's a way of saying it's not great, and it's not so horrible that they have to close it down, or it definitely would have made the cut.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, Commissioner, thank you very much for coming in today. We appreciate it. And I am sure that at some point in the next month, there'll be other questions to be answered.
We're here to answer any questions you want, and Ted and Michelle will be available to answer any questions on the estimate and how on earth we got there. And if you have anything particularly hard and you call me, I'll just talk to Karen and she can answer it.
In other words, call Karen first.
Sounds good.
I'm not saying that's not a bad idea.
Thank
you for having us.
Thank you so much.
All right, for the committee. We have 2 days of session next week, right down the street from my house. No, we're not going to lunch at my house. But I hope that I see as many of you as possible will be there. It's going to be a couple of fairly long days. We are up against the deadline for early bills, which we have to get through either Wednesday or Thursday at the latest. Right now, I have not heard of any of the 3 bills we have on consent calendar being pulled off. So we keep that going, I hope. And then next Friday, we will meet again for presentations. And this is going very well. And I appreciate that. And if anybody would like to ask questions, please, raise your hand while we're going through and we'll get them answered. But don't feel bad about reaching back out, either myself, Mr. Shea, or any of the agencies to get additional information if you have questions about a specific project that you're interested in or concerned about. Because at the end of the day, we're going to have to agree to a capital budget for the House to vote on. There's been the tradition of this committee that we have come out unanimously with what we propose. And it sails through the House, usually on a voice vote, which for $130 million isn't bad, especially with some of the members, but it helps if we can, both sides can sell it to their caucuses. So we will continue to work on it. I know that Mr. Shea and Legislative Services is working on drafting HB 25. And as soon as that comes out, we'll give everybody a copy. But again, it's just a matter of time and putting it into the right format for a bill. Anybody have any questions of me?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you sent us out. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You sent us out an email early this week saying that after next week's hearing, the next 2 presentation, actually it's going to be a presentation, but the next could be hybrid next week, but the following, the ones in early March because of scheduling issues are going to be all virtual.
That is my plan right now. For after next Friday, we still have essentially 2 days worth of presentations by agencies. As you may have noticed, looking at the House calendar, it gets tight in the LOB for scheduling all 20 committees. And other committees have a deadline of mid-March, while ours is at the end of March. But we can do the presentations remotely. You're going to get the same thing from the agency, whether you're sitting in this room or you're sitting at home, as far as looking at a screen and what they're bringing up or what you have on your desk. So I have been in discussions with the Speaker's office about doing the rest of the presentations after next Friday, fully remote, and then a couple of days in a hybrid with as many as want to be in here to do a work session to come up with an amendment to House Bill 25 and then an executive session on House Bill 25. We can get almost all of our work done in work sessions on what we've heard and what we would like to see in each of the agencies. And once that amendment is done, the vote is usually pretty quick in an exec session because we've already talked it out and conducted straw polls on each agency as we've gone through the work sessions. For those of you who have been around, that's the way it's worked, and it's worked well. For the news people, all about involved, because we are up against deadlines, and whereas in the past, the chair had the option of just saying, okay, we're going to meet Tuesday, Wednesday, in room 201 for a couple of 3 hours. I don't have that option this year. So it will make a little longer days. I fully expected that this afternoon would have gone a little longer. There weren't a lot of questions about the projects from admin services. I don't know if that's because the commissioner and Karen put words in the right order or what, but I do that. Yes, Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Representative Peterson and myself were talking earlier. Do you have any update on how Mr. Fidalfi is doing?
No, I do not. I got an email last night saying that there was a family emergency, and that came into legislative services, committee services upstairs, and not to me. It was forwarded to me. So that was last night. I don't have an update on how Jim is doing.
Okay, thank you.
And so another thing, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, we will also have to have a formal public hearing on House Bill 25 where you will introduce it, and then anybody have a beef or a complaint, probably that's.
There will be a formal public hearing on House Bill 25. My intent is to do at least one of the work sessions, hear from all of us on where we think we're going, and then open a public hearing on what it will be at that point what the governor proposed. Although people hopefully will have listened to what we're thinking about. And then after the public hearing, another shorter work session to develop the final amendment, taking into consideration what the public has weighed in on as far as their desires for capital improvements within the state, because that is important. Again, that will be a hybrid meeting. All of the meetings for committees are going to be either fully remote or hybrid, not just this one, but all of them.
And of course, we have to deal with the lab state extensions and
Yeah, Representative Jack is working on getting a handle on when to do that. Representative Mills, I signed you up for that subcommittee. And there'll be like 4 or 5 people on that, which is good. And that's important because as you saw from what the Veterans Home put out, we have completed these projects, there's money left over. If there's significant money left over, maybe we can fund a different project or add to another project that got curtailed by the governor. And it's worked out. A year ago, and one of the last things that we voted on in one of the omnibus bills from the Senate, several projects have been completed since House Bill 25 has been passed, and there was well over $2 million left to complete something that we had shorted, the Career Technical Education School in Hudson. So they were able to get that money to them sooner. I would have liked to have had it this time, but we still would have had to pay the CTE in Hudson. But that's what we try to do. And I know Representative Jack has worked on that before, and we shall see how much we can find or not find.
Right.
That, again,
Thank you,
that
Mr.
one will
Chairman.
be completely remote.
Okay.
Not in the building.
And again, thank you very much for re-updating everybody.
Well, the problem is if you don't update people, I'm going to get the phone calls and emails anyways.
Yeah, I was just trying to help you.
No, it is, and from time to time, the speaker will talk about what sessions are going to be and the rest. And I will make sure that I get that out to members of the committee for planning purposes. If nothing else. Representative Mills.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I just had one question that's been bugging me since we had the initial presentation from the governor's office, and I didn't want to bring it up until we were all just in committee hearing. Was I to understand that the gray governor's capital budget book we've got actually, even though it's listed for $127 million general fund budget, it has $2.5 million in out of that figure that they don't need, the Hudson CTE Center?
If you'll remember, Matt Mayu did go, when he was talking, he said 125. He gave a figure of 125, not 127. So I think in his mind, he's already subtracted that 2 million. So, but yeah, that 127 includes that 2.5 million for the CTE in Hudson. So we're less than that now.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think that at least gives us the idea that we might have a little bit of leeway if the governor was willing to come up with 127. We might have some bump up room on some things. That's all I wanted to ask about.
We can, and I don't work for the governor. I don't know about you.
Thank you.
But we have to be within reason of what we think can pass as well. So I mean, that is really important to be able to get it through both the House and the Senate with relative ease, and not upset the governor so much that he'll veto it or something. I think being reasonable and working within the guidelines that we put out, and plus what we have worked on in the past as a committee, is always useful for guidance for us going forward. And we do have a couple of projects that people have come in for outside of the capital budget that we're going to have to work on to see if we can fit it in. The Supreme Court digitization being the one that comes to mind right off the bat.
What effect, if any, is the president's new executive order on Made America going to have on these projects as we go forward?
Your guess is as good as mine. He can't, his executive order, the way I understand it, is for federal agencies, federal contracts.
And I understood it to mean any state projects that use federal money as well.
And that may be, I was just going to say that. So I don't know. So we'll just have to see. And that's where sometimes every project that is bid has a contingency fund on it, just in case some of those things do go up. For example, if aluminum or steel. In the past, we've watched construction costs rise. This committee has watched them rise 10 and 15% a year with concrete, steel, those types of things.
I personally just have one small water project that is funded with federal money, and the difference in a day on my material costs, where I would normally buy the pipe out of Canada, it's going to cost me $27,000 more.
And in all honesty,
that's very small.
What we can do at this point is go with the best estimates that Public Works has given us, DAS Public Works, pass the budget with that. There are always projects at the next biennium that we cannot do. We could not do this because all of the bids came in over. And it's going to happen. You know, do I like it? No, but it's the best. They do the best. We do the best that we can as far as we think this is the ballpark figure. You know, and if it comes in 3 times the amount that was estimated, we've got other problems.
Do we have the option of setting aside contingency money?
No.
We don't.
Not really. That's in the contract. That's in the actual contract. So, and we also, there's also money that is set aside for every project for aren't within the building. So we can't do much with that. And David Mills is frozen. I thought. Oh, he's back, okay. Any other questions or comments?
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
The vice chair is going to expound.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was a point in time a number of years ago when there wasn't cost, at least even a cost of living built into bids, and where the 10-year plan especially was so far out. By the time we got projects in line, everything was just wholly low without funds. And that was, as the chairman said, where those years we had just even asphalt and concrete jumping so much. So I commend the services on the bidding because it's a much different process now than it was even 10 years ago.
Right. The only reason I raised the point was the commissioners pointed out that many of these estimates they've come up with were created 18 months ago.
They
And
were.
by the time it goes through the system, we're talking 2 years out and with that executive order.
And some of them will be updated. Not so much when we have it, but when the Senate has it sometimes. The latter half of this year, the Senator's hearing, they will go, based on changes to federal rules or whatever, we've got to change this. And then you got to drop something. It's a almost zero-sum game. Anything else? I appreciate everybody hanging in. Again, see you next week. Look for any written material being emailed to you or on the LBA webpage, and that's a starting point for each session. And I appreciate everybody being here today, and I hope to see most, if not all of you, on Wednesday and or Thursday. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Brad, I think we're finished. Whoever shuts this down.